Hi everybody, Renegade 67 and or 68 and or the blind variety and or unlimited and or blade works and or I guess that's a thing now. I guess it's pretty late to do it, but if I do it all through timeline 3, it'll definitely be cemented as a thing. I find it kind of funny. A magic crest. So last time, I'm getting horny. I'm getting horny for that that underage fan service. Give me the Tosaka fan service. This is not quite the type of fan service I was thinking of, but it's definitely tickling my lore bits. So Rin is saying she wants to transfer her magic crest into me. Does this mean, like, as in the Tosaka crest that's been passed through the Tosaka line? If she actually can do that, does she have to, like, transfer a part of her physical flesh? Because I thought it was, like, tied to your blood or something like that. Or maybe it normally should be, but if you try to do it without being tied to blood, there's a chance it could fuck something up, so it's risky? A magic crest. A bloodline. There we go. Bloodline. There we go. A bloodline's history in which all its secrets and mysteries are written. If magic circuits are blood and bone, then the magic crest would be the flesh. Do you know of some other magic crests? I know that threshold crests are like the thing where you enter a door or the thing. It's the threshold. It's the threshold. If it's a crest on the threshold, it's a threshold. I'm making a big Critical Role joke, and I'm trying to. Anyways, the point is, if you're in an alternate plane where things are magical, it could be a magical crest. So, if magic circuits are blood and bone, then the magic crest would be the flesh. A magic crest is magic given form. The proof of a single magus's existence, as the family's head spends a lifetime giving intangible magic a form. Gee, you think the family's, like, chest or arm or leg or something would pitch in? Gosh. Head's doing all the work. As the family's head spends a lifetime giving intangible magic a form. As the inheritor of a magic crest, Tosaka can use the magic given shape by the past family's heads. So, I mean, she's the new head now, but if she's the head, does that make me the... There's definitely a dirty joke there, but I'm not sure what it is. You decide.
いや、それは
But that's...
分け与えるということなら魔術刻印の方が何倍も楽よ。魔術回路と違って本当に受け渡すためのものだから。
If I'm gonna give something away, it's much easier if it's the magic crest. After all, unlike a magic circuit, it exists to be passed on. I suppose that there would be something in place for that. How much is that gonna gimp you, Rin? Because I think I've mused about this in the past, but the idea that theoretically Rin's dad would have had to pass his crest to Rin before the actual Grail War started in Fate Zero, because he died in that war, but he was still fairly competent. Would he have been much better if he hadn't passed his crest? Or is it like it had ripened enough that it was willing to be passed on? Whereas Rin hasn't gotten old enough maybe that it's in the stage where it should be passed on, so it will fuck her up when normally it wouldn't if she was to wait a while? The Tosaka family crest. Unlike a magic circuit, it exists to be passed on.
まあ魔術回路ほど私そのものでもないけど、遠坂の家系でできているものだし、パスとして使う分には十分よ。
Well, it's not really a part of me that... it's not really a part of me the way my magic circuits are, but it's made from the Tosaka lineage. It'll do just fine for a path. Sounds like a big deal though, Rin. You want a lore exposition to me about how much of a big deal it is?
それは本当に
Are you sure?
本当だってば、刻印化している魔術はまあ使い物にならなくなるけど、受信装置としての役割ぐらいになら作り変えられるわよ。
I don't think that's what she was asking, unless I'm misunderstanding what you're answering. Sure, I'm sure. I feel like he's asking, are you sure you are okay with giving up your crest as a Tosaka pride? And I think Rin is asking, no, I'm sure it's doable. At least I think. Sure, I'm sure. The magic that makes up the crest, well, it'll become useless, but I'll be able to convert it into a receiver. The magic that makes up the crest, it'll become useless for you, but I'll be able to convert it into receivers, so you'll still be able to use it? Is that what you're saying?
ああ、それとも成功率の話？一族じゃない人間に魔術刻印を移植できるかってこと？
Oh, are you talking about the success rate? If I'll be able to transplant the magic crest to someone outside of the family. Yes, that is another point that was thinking of before I was. Yes.
ああ、それも一応気になるけど。
Hey, I think me and Shiro are kind of in sync. That's not really what was on my mind in the moment, but yeah, I'm worried about that too, I guess.
大丈夫、任せなさい。きっかり白をバックアップして、セイバーと3人で勝ち残って聖杯を手に入れるから。
Don't worry, leave it to me. I'll back you up. And you and Saber and I will win and get the Holy Grail. Don't worry, leave it to me. Okay, crazy theory. Just gonna throw a crazy theory out there. What if Rin is like Leia to my Luke? Just throwing this out there. What if Rin said that I might not remember, etc., etc., etc. So, and, you know, like in the bad ending where she erased my memory and I forgot everything about magic or whatever, in that version of events, before she erased my memory, she's like, you won't remember, but there was a thing in our past where something. So, this might be crazy talk, but she's saying, don't worry, leave it to me. She'll be able to pass on the Tosaka crest to me, even though it should be a bloodline thing. Does that mean Shiro is a Tosaka? Like, here's the idea. The idea is that before Shiro's fire incident, he had a family who he doesn't bother thinking about. I don't think it was the Tosakas. I think he was adopted. I think that maybe because he only needed one child, Rin's dad just took the other one and said, someone else take this kid off my hands. I don't need two. And then they did. And Rin knows about that to some extent. And that's what she was talking about. Maybe? And that's why she's like, don't worry, it'll work. I don't know. Just thought I'd throw that crazy idea out there. Don't worry, leave it to me. I'll back you up. You and Saber and I will win and get the Holy Grail. And you and Saber and I will win and get the Holy Grail. Sure.
もう決めたことだもの。ここ一番の失敗も今回ばかりはねじ伏せてやるわ。
Yeah, it's already decided. So this time for sure, there's no way I'm gonna screw up at the crucial moment. Oh my gosh. If Rin is my Leia... Oh, I can't talk about that. That's a spoiler, but that's really funny for a reason I can't talk about. So I'll just leave it at that. No, I want to talk. I can't. I'll talk about it. I'll talk about it on Discord after the fact. Because I just don't want to spoil a certain series. So I'll have to do it in a sleuthy way. But anyways, it's already decided. So this time for sure, there's no way I'm going to screw up at the crucial moment. She asserts it brightly with a beaming smile. She screwed up at the crucial moment. That does sound like the Ren thing to do, yeah. Dashes. With that, I knew that it was wrong of me to be worried. Okay. Because she's removing her magic crest. I mean, if Rin, prove me wrong, Rin, start making out with me or something, and then you can prove me wrong that you're not my Leia. Well, I guess technically there's an argument to be made, but in this theoretical situation, Rin knows that she's my Leia, so... If Shiro starts making out with Rin, then maybe we can have a proper moment. She's removing her magic crest. With her own hands, she'll erase her bloodline's greatest desire. That fact Tosaka easily laughs at it without showing a hint of regret. And I've seen that strength many times now. Yeah. The fact that she's willing to distance herself from the Tosaka line, you know, ignoring the idea of Shiro's also a Tosaka all along. Ignoring that possibility. It shows that, you know, her connection to Shiro has now outweighed her, you know, Tosaka pride, I would say. Or even that Shiro's managed to get through to her in some way by seeing where future Shiro goes, by sticking to beliefs that maybe she doesn't properly have. Anyways.
何よ、急に物分かりいい顔して。
What? What's with that sympathetic look all of a sudden?
私の顔、なんか変？
Is there something about my face? No, it's just your normal cute tsundere face. Don't worry about it, Rin. It's your dere sun face, I guess. It's more dere than sun, but it tends to be complemented by the sun. It's not full dere dere.
ああ、そうだな。初めて教会に行った時と同じだ。なんていうか、遠坂のいいところって分かりづらいよな。
Huh? Yeah, it's the same as when we went to the church for the first time. How do I put this? Your good points are hard to understand. What kind of way to compliment someone is that, Shiro?
失礼な言い草ね。
What a rude way of putting it.
それで思い出したけど、あの時私って変な顔してたの？
That reminds me, was I making a funny face back then? At the church. Oh, for the first time. I was thinking there's a couple times, but yeah. That was a while ago, but I'll believe that you were making a funny face, sure. That fateful night when I summoned Saber. She made a few funny faces, I'm sure. She tends to make the funny faces around Shiro. When I was feeling sick in the church, Tosaka's expression, as she showed sincere concern for someone who is nothing but an enemy, helped me more than I can say. When I was feeling sick in the church. Yeah, she did show concern for you right away. And, you know, at first I'm like, oh, it's because you helped Sakura out, and she cared about that a lot. But it's definitely been foreshadowed that there's something more than that. It's more than that she just cares about you because she cares about strangers in general. Although I think there's some truth to that too, I guess. She is a nice person. I don't have room to talk, but Tosaka turned out to be a better person than average. Sure. I'll allow that opinion. I mean, if we're comparing it to the average of characters in this visual novel, then yes. There's a lot of shitty people and or people that with fucked up personalities to some extent. Which Rin's a little fucked up, but by comparison, yeah, I'd say she's definitely above the curve. Tosaka's expression, she showed sincere concern. Helped me more than I can say. I can see that. Being thrust into this situation. The Grail War. The first other master Shiro met. If the first master he met was like someone bad, Shiro might have reacted in a bad way. So meeting someone kind. At first it kind of blinded him to taking the Grail War seriously. But at the same time, if it had been someone ruthless, they might have tried to take advantage of Shiro's goodwill, and they never did. Rin never did, that is to say, so. Tosaka turned out to be a better person than average.
まあ、変な顔だった。
Well, it was a pretty funny face.
俺、あの時はまだ遠坂のことを優等生だって思ってたし、あんな顔するなんて思わなかった。
At the time, I was still thinking of you as an honor student. I didn't think you could make that kind of face.
どうせ猫かぶりで冷酷な女ですよ。わかりづらくて悪かったわね。
Sure, I'm really a ruthless woman feigning ignorance. Sorry for being hard to understand. No, I think Shiro's saying the opposite. The opposite. That you're a non-ruthless woman pretending to be ruthless. But that's what saved me. Well, I guess you could say that the honor student persona isn't necessarily showing off your fearless battle persona. There's a few different layers, I guess. That's what saved me. She's soft-hearted, but a realist. I'm an optimist, but I'm also a realist. You know, I was constantly going, it's no use, but I think this is my first time quoting him in a different game. For similarly memey reasons, though. I'm quoting the right character, right? Yes, I am. Yes, I am. I only watched that cutscene like once or twice, but it's ingrained in my mind. Anyways, she's soft-hearted, but a realist with a strong heart that casts away her own weakness. Soft-hearted, but a realist. Sure. Strong heart casts away her own weakness. The weakness is definitely there, though, and if you let it eat at you for too long, it could be a problem. But I think your relation to Shiro in both timelines has helped you, to some extent, subtly get through this, even if you haven't hit it in the face. You haven't been hit in the face with your development, as it were. The way Shiro has definitely, and Saber, have been hit in the face with their development, as it were. She bottles her doubts and pain inside of her, and moves forward magnificently, enough to dazzle those around her. Yeah, but if you bottle them up for too long, the bottle may explode, so it's a tricky balancing act.
で、それはいいけど、なんでジロジロこっち見るのよ、あんた。
So, that's fine, but what are you staring at me for? What are you staring at her for, Shiro? What are you gonna say in this situation? Bottles her doubts and pain inside of her.
ああ、そっか。ちょい見とれてたみたいだ。今更だけどさ、そういう遠坂だから、俺は好きになったんだなって。
That a boy, Shiro. You said that you really liked her earlier, but full on saying you love her, I think this is your first time. Good job. You did it. Huh? Oh, I see. Seems I was captivated for just a second. It's a bit late to say this. It is. We're nearing the end of the pathway. It's later than you confessed in Timeline 1 to Saber, but with Saber, I think you were a bit more unhealthily lusting for Saber. This, I think, was a little more natural. There's still some weirdness, given that she's friends with your future self already, but, you know. It's a bit late to say this, but I was thinking, it must be because you're like that I fell in love with you. Because Shiro... Yeah, I can see that, because Shiro sort of wants to be able to do the same thing, to take the pain from his past, and be able to use that and still be able to walk forward with no regrets. But it's a lot harder for him because he feels constantly doubting more about the past and if it's worse. And to be fair, he's got maybe a more shakier past than Rin, but... Dashes! So I can't lose either. Tosaka generously, nonchalantly, said she would transfer her magic crest to me, so I'll respond with utmost confidence for her sake.
好きって今はそういう話をしてる場合じゃないけど聞いてあげるぐらいなら構わないというか
What? This isn't the time to talk about loving me. But I don't mind just listening. I mean, I would never say I love you back. But like, you know, if you just want to talk about how great I am, then I wouldn't object. I mean, I would just, you know, I wouldn't call you a creep or anything. Gosh, baka. Tosaka's fists are clenched. Good, she's full of fighting spirit, so she must realize how prepared I am.
ああ、わかってる。時間もないし、無駄話をしている暇はないよな。
Obviously, that explains why it's taken so long for us to get lusty at all. It's because, you know, Rin's my Leia. Yeah, I know. We don't have the time for idle chatter right now. I mean, unless the game's gonna prove me wrong and they're gonna start macking in this scene.
さ、早く移植を始めよう。具体的にはどうすればいいんだ、遠坂。
So, let's hurry up and start the transplant. What exactly do you need to do, Tosaka? If Rin is Shiro's Leia, then Shiro doesn't have to make a choice. in terms of waifus. The game is making the choice for him, which I'm not always a fan of, but the idea would be, well, Shiro can't be with Saber because Saber has to go back to her own time, unfortunately. Shiro can't be with Rin, I mean, if he really wanted to, but, brother, sister. Then, in the third route, theoretically, this has already been my theory for a while, Sakura will be the waifu in the third route, and we can just have that as the final waifu, and we don't have to feel bad about, but what about the Tosaka waifu? Because she's actually secretly my sister. That's a convenient excuse. I've seen it in a couple different works of fiction. I'm like, no, don't pull the sister card. Make him actually choose. But it would be a convenient excuse. What exactly do we need to do, Tosaka? Let's hurry up and start the transplant. Huh? Oh, were you thinking I was going to say something else? Like, we don't have time to chit-chat. Let's get making out, then transplant later. Her mouth falls open. That's weird. Did I say something strange just now? I don't know, maybe Magi incest is somewhat regular. Yeah, given that their nobility and given their fucked upness, they do say that, I don't know the full extent of this, but actual incest children, there tends to be issues with them because of the way their DNA goes together. It doesn't work right, so that's why you need to be like at least... I forget, like second cousins at least for the DNA to start being okay. I forget how that whole thing works exactly, but there's a potential to very much be fucked up if you have children with those who are related to you too closely. Oh. I think Game of Thrones kind of, there's like, it's not even just Game of Thrones, it's something else that around the same time. It's basically kicked my disgust and the idea of a sibling romance. My mind is now more like, hey, as long as you understand that if you have kids, they'll be fucked up, I say go for it. You have my blessing. You should adopt in that case. That's weird. Did I say something strange just now? Ellipses. Oh, wait, what? Rin? You freaking out?
なんだよ。なんか都合の悪いことでも思い出しちまったか。
Oh, what's wrong? Did you remember something inconvenient? For example, some kind of jinx that means the ritual will fail if we do it at this hour? No, it's gotta be because the clocks are wrong, and they've been wrong ever since the beginning of the game. We're not even in the right timeline. Oh my god.
別にちょっと頭痛がするだけ。
Nothing really, just a little headache. Are you having a time travel headache too? Is your future self somewhere? Or maybe you're not having a time travel headache. Maybe you're having a secret sibling headache.
慣れたつもりだったけど、エミヤ君の巡りの悪さを甘く見ていたわ。
I should be used to it, but I underestimated how thick you can be, Emiya-kun. Oh, were you expecting me to go in for the kiss? Because that says you're not the Leia. Unless you don't know you're the Leia. Maybe that's it. Maybe after I said I loved you, you were expecting me to go in. But of course Shiro wouldn't go in, because that would be presuming that you like him back, which he can't do, because he doesn't like himself enough. She's talking to the headache? I don't think so. Unless Shiro is the headache. Oh, okay, yeah. In that case, yes, Shiro can sometimes be a headache. But I think right now, Rin by now needs to realize that Shiro, she has not said she likes him back, and Shiro will not understand that she likes him back unless she flat out says it, because, he can never understand the idea of someone actually liking him. He certainly doesn't like himself. I should be used to it, but I underestimate how thick you can be, Emiya-kun.
ほんと、今に始まったことじゃないからいいけどね。言葉自体はまあ悪くなかったからよしにしといてあげるわ。
But it's nothing new, so it's fine. The words themselves were, well, not bad, so I'll accept it. You'll accept it? Will you reciprocate? Question marks? Yeah, Shiro's not gonna understand. Reciprocate or don't assume. Turning away ostentatiously, Tosaka pulls some small objects out of her luggage. So, okay, she's not reciprocating. What does that mean? It seems like she is thinking about it, but just wants Shiro to go all the way. If she wants Shiro to go further, maybe she doesn't know. Okay, I'm of two minds. I feel like if they're gonna get macking, they should start macking already. But also, if she's the Leia, maybe she doesn't know she's the Leia, but that goes against my theory that the reason that the connection she thought she had in the past is that she was Leia. But if that's not what she has, then there's like a double entendre. Or the thing that she thought that she knew about me actually secretly is the foreshadowing for the fact that she's the Leia, but we don't even know what the thing is. Turning away ostentatiously, Tosaka pulls some small objects out of her luggage. Yes.
はい。とりあえずこれ飲んで。痛み止めみたいなものだから。
Okay, first take this. It's like a painkiller.
Oh.
Alright. I put the pill into my mouth. Is this pain of transplanting gonna be anywhere near as bad as the pain of, after I first sword birthed my own future swords for the first time? Tosaka turns off the light in the room and begins etching some kind of design on the floor. Alright, time to have our jewel sex. Transplant sex. And then? I wait like this for 5 minutes. Is she hesitating? After finishing the preparations, Tosaka sits down on the bed. Oh boy.
それで遠坂、俺はどうすればいいんだ?
So, Tosaka, what should I do? Dashes. It's not that she didn't hear me. Tosaka furrows her brow in a strangely awkward expression. You hesitating right in the moment? You thinking about how to make it work for realsies? You thinking about the past history? You thinking about future Shiro of the future past?
なんだよ。言いにくいことなのか? 覚悟はできてるからな。大抵の無茶なら驚かないさ。
You thinking about confessing to me and or telling me that you're my Leia? What, is it something that's hard to say? I'm prepared, no matter how absurd it is, you can't surprise me. Surprise you? Well, given that it's you, saying that she loves you would probably be a surprise for you. The other possible surprise that would be more of a real surprise would be that she's your Leia. That's what it means to trust her. Tosaka nods in assent and then...
じゃあ、言いにくいんだけど。
This is hard to say, but...
とりあえず、服を脱ぎなさい。
Just take off your clothes. Oh, that's all? Oh, okay, you're being a little shy person. Har, har, har. I mean, I get it, but if it was going to be really hard to say, I thought it would be something a little more like, reciprocation. In a strained voice, she gives an unfamiliar order. Dashes. Time to confirm the situation. Unfamiliar order. Thinking of it in order, huh? Taking over your future Shiro's role of being her servant. Kinky style? Time to confirm the situation. The room's lights are off. Tosaka is sitting on the bed with her face down, strangely nervous. Uh-huh. Though it's a bit late to confirm this, I think Tosaka's soft-looking body and extremely supple legs are sensational. Well, that's sudden. Oh, boy. Time to confirm the situation? I mean, it looks to me like you can see the room pretty well, but maybe that's just for the reader's convenience. Soft-looking body, extremely supple legs. Oh, yes, talk more dirty to me, 50 Shades of Shiro. And she ordered me to take off my clothes. Ellipses.
そこ、変な誤解しない。単に服を脱げって言っただけでしょ。
Hey, you. Don't get any weird ideas. I just told you to take off your clothes.
私だって脱ぐんだから公平だし。
I'll take mine off too, so it's fair. You want to do first, or am I first? I mean, you're the one who's saying we have to make it fair. If you're the one who's saying we have to make it fair, technically you should be the one to do it first to make me more comfortable, right? That would make Shiro way less comfortable, but She yells at me. I see, I think, withdrawing my strange expectation.
遠坂も脱ぐ
Huh? You're taking your clothes off too, Tosaka? I don't think that leaves much room for weird ideas or misunderstandings. Ellipses.
だから境界しない。服を脱ぐのは体温を伝えやすくするためで、それ以上の意味はないんだから。
I wonder if she's telling the truth. I could see it going both ways. I could see her subtly doing this as a way to get close because she's too, antsy to actually admit her feelings. She's being like, oh, I could use this as like a trick to show him my feelings without being forced to tell him. Or maybe it's genuine that they need body heat and she's just flustered about it because she's flustered. But I said don't misunderstand me. We need to take off our clothes to make it easier to transfer body heat. There's no other meaning to it.
いい？魔術刻印の移植には高度な共感状態にならないといけないのよ。そのためにも余分なものはできるだけ剥ぎ取っておかないとダメでしょ。
Understand? To transplant the magic crest, we need to enter a state of high sympathy. So we have to take off as much extra stuff as we can, right? I mean, you're the one who said it, so I'll just have to believe. What's the quote? I don't... Oh, man. It's been a while since I've seen Princess Bride. Nope. I don't remember the quote. Insert quote of, as you wish? That works, I guess. That's close enough. Yes, Shiro, best girl. You came into the moment where Shiro is trying to appreciate Rin as best girl. To transplant the magic crest, we need to enter a state of high sympathy. Sympathy? Well, I already feel plenty of sympathy for you and your family situation. I'm sure you feel plenty of sympathy for me, so I think we're good to go. As much extra stuff as we can.
ああ、なるほど。
Naruhodo. I see. Yes, of course. Naruhodo, right indeed. Is his last name still right in Japanese? Is it Naruhodo, right? Hold on, I gotta look something up now. I had a fancy, so I must look it up. Phoenix, right, Japanese name. Oh, it's Ryuichi. Okay, Ryuichi Naruhodo. Gotcha. I was like, I knew it was Naruhodo, but I didn't know his other name. It's Ryuichi. Gotcha. Cool. That's right. I don't know what a magic crest transplant is all about, but transplant probably means something like a medical transplant, so we need to expose our skin. Ooh, things are getting hot and feisty now.
ちゃんと説明してくれればいいのに。上だけでいいんだよな。
This is what I've been waiting for. You could have just explained it. I just can take off my shirt, right? Yeah, maybe I'll take off my shirt. No, it's kind of cold down here. I already took my sweater off. You could have just explained it. I can just take off my shirt, right?
当たり前でしょ。下まで脱いだらそこのヒーター投げつけるから。
Of course. If you take your pants off, I'm throwing that heater at you. Oh, that funny son response. But you wouldn't actually do it. I bet you can't even lift it. And I would just sword birth my own heater to counter. If you take your pants off, I'm throwing the heater at you. The scary part is that she probably would. I don't think she would. I don't think she has the upper body strength to... Unless it's all... Well, I don't know. Heaters can be light. That's true. Although it probably wouldn't reach far enough to actually hit me. Even if she could slightly throw it. Unless she put some magic behind it. Which I don't think she would do, unless the game was going full jokey and how much they were using their magic. The scary part is that she probably would. I take off my shirt. She's given me treatment several times, but I'm still kind of embarrassed. She has given you treatment, but no, this is the time where she's taking hers off too, so it's gonna, feel extra. Rin does push-ups. I know Rin does push-ups, but, there's a difference, but, there's a certain build. There's a difference between, if she is muscly, we haven't gotten super proof of it. I mean, I can tell she's fit. But is she really muscly? We'll see. If we can see her without her shirt off, maybe we'll get to see. But I mean, I think of, how Saber is. She's really good in a fight, but she's more agile. I think of Rin as the more agile type, not necessarily the, heavy lifting type. But She's given me treatment several times, but I'm still kind of embarrassed. Dashes. I hear a deep breath in the dim light, probably Tosaka's.
じゃあ次ね。シロ、ちょっとあっち向いてて。
Then next, Shiro, look the other way for a minute. Oh. What, are you gonna make, are you gonna take it off and make sure I keep my eyes closed the whole time, or what? Are you gonna let me look?
そうか。遠坂も脱がなきゃいけないのか。
I see. So you're gonna undress too, Tosaka, he says casually. Well, she said it first. Ellipses. She doesn't answer. Shiro's meant to be super muscular. Is that a name? Makes him look lanky. I've kind of gotten the gist that, yeah, Shiro's kind of meant to be a bit muscular. We haven't gotten that many looks at him, but at least future Shiro shows him to be kind of muscular. Her silence must be an affirmative answer. I turn around and fall silent. Yes, and then we bask in the silence together. Ellipses. Dashes. I'm not steeped enough into the background Fate lore to know things like the names of the artists. But I mean, you know, the art's fine. The art is passable. The fight art can be. I more enjoy how the art is utilized, but it's definitely, you know, the art makes attractive looking characters, and there's definitely some nice fancy pictures for sure. I don't know if I'd call it A+ level art, but like, you know, probably B+. While I'm turned around, I take, well, for visual novels, you know, it is a visual novel. For a visual novel, it's, well, as far as straight visual novels go, I don't have that much exposure. It's good, though. While I'm turned around, I take a deep breath to keep myself calm. I'm going to take over Tosaka's magic crest and make a path between us. Maybe it's A level for visual novels, even though I've only read, like, a couple pure visual novels. Well, that's not entirely true. I've only actually actively read them, but I've looked into a couple other ones that I haven't actually read. So I have some more idea of the broader range of art, and this is on the higher end. I'm going to take over Tosaka's magic crest and make a path between us. You are? How do you know? Ren's the one who's going to be setting that up, right? I'll borrow Tosaka's magical energy in order to invoke the reality marble to defeat that servant. Maybe while you're focused on the fighting, Ren's going to suddenly be like, now that we're naked, let's ignore that and make out for a second. This is just part of the process. It's just part of the process. There's nothing sexy about this at all. Yeah, he is a bit of a rinsexual at the moment. Just part of the process. It's just part of the process. It's just part of the process. As long as I understand that it's just part of the process, I should be able to shut out any unnecessary worldly thoughts. Dashes. But sure, you're still a horny boy at heart. Horny boy at heart. You're still a horny boy.
いいわよ、シロ。
Okay, Shiro. My heart skips a beat. I slowly turn around. Oh, boy. He's a little bit rinsexual, who isn't? Well, I mean, he was definitely more saber-sexual in Timeline 1, though at the beginning he was a little sexual with everyone. And, you know, over time, Timeline 1, he focused on Saber. Over time, Timeline 2, he's focused on Rin. But, it's true that she's, like, popular at the school or whatever, but, well, I guess most guys in the game do like Rin. Kirei, well, he likes Rin in his own creepy way, and I guess he doesn't like Gilgamesh doesn't seem to care that much for Rin. I know there's an age difference, but like, but hear me out. Shiro and Saber have a thing, and Gilgamesh wants to have a thing with Saber, and now Shiro and Rin have a thing, so theoretically Gilgamesh Rin could have a thing, so Gilgamesh doesn't like Rin, therefore, I win the universe. I slowly turn around. You barely undressed at all. You took like one pant off of one leg? Huh? You took one sock off. You didn't even take the pants off. Your pants is your skirt. You took off one of your super long socks and that's it. I guess because you need just skin touching and that's enough, but it has to be more than hands. Then, I know it's true, but I unintentionally knit my brows.
登坂、なんだその気合の入らない脱ぎ方は。
Tosaka, what's with that half-hearted state of undress? Come on, show me the goods already. You even said you'd do it. You said you needed to do it, so do it. Alright. Come on. Quench Shiro's thirst. Yup. Just Shiro's. Alright, so I am going to be taking a slight intermission. Gil is the real sabersexual. You're not wrong. Although, if he genuinely cared about Saber, you know, he wouldn't be such a douche about, you know, being a douche about it. Shiro actually cares about her feelings. Gosh. But I get it. I get what you mean. Right, so, intermission here, because the pee. I must pee. It must be done. Gil is a real sabersexual. I don't think he's interested in sabersexuality. He's more like, what a nice pet. I feel like he was pretty clear about his intentions, even with the real Tenua edits. I'm not sure what he exactly did in the original version, but it was pretty clear to me that, yeah, Gil was gonna, you know, whether Saber liked it or not, he was gonna have his way with her, and his mindset was clearly, she'll like it, obviously. You know, whether she, and if she says that she doesn't, clearly she's just being tsundere. So. Tosaka, what's with that half-hearted state of undress? Tosaka took off her clothes. She took off a sock. As far as I can tell, she took off a sock singular. A long sock, but it's a sock. It doesn't feel like she put any effort into it. Maybe you partially took off one of your other socks? But, like, barely?
何よ、不満だっていうの？
What? Are you saying you're dissatisfied? I mean, if you can make it work without it. Are you saying you can make it work without us, you know, our bodies fully touching? Then it's totally fine, Ren. After all, it was your idea.
不満というよりバランスが悪いというか、だいたいこっちは上着を全部取ってるのに、大阪はそれだけだと比率が合わないし、
It's more like
シンメトリーじゃないのは
the balance is off. The point is, I took off my shirt, so it's disproportionate if you only do this much. If it's not symmetrical, I can't settle down. At least fully take off your other sock. You'd be super unfun at playing strip poker.
わかった。両足とも脱げばいいのね。こやつ、思いもよらずマニアックな。
I got it. I just have to bare both legs. Never knew this guy was such a maniac. Me? You're the one getting all squeamish about this in the moment. Shiro's just kind of settled down with the idea that, oh yeah, it's totally fine as long as it's for the cause. But you're getting all squeamish. The real pervert here is clear. Ellipses. It's me, by the way. However, Ren seems to be second place at the moment. Well, probably for the best that I don't inquire as to what she's talking about. What she's talking about? About how you're a maniac? Oh, you think that... Ren is like, he's a maniac because, you know, you want to see her strip more. But Shiro's ousted that from his mind.
いいけど、儀式を行うのは遠坂だし、それで成功するっていうなら文句はない。
I don't mind, but you're the one performing the ritual. Haha, Shiro gets down the high ground. If that's enough to make it succeed, I won't complain. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. I mean, he's being genuine, but like, out of universe. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
そりゃ脱がない分難度は上がるけど、だって全部見せちゃうのもったいないというか。
Well, it'll be harder if I don't take them off, but I mean, it'd be a waste to show everything. A waste? You mean too premature? As if our relationship is just starting? And later on in our relationship, you would show me more and more? Maybe, maybe when we finally have our second date, you'll take off the second sock? Is that what you're implying? Because you drive a hard bargain, woman. That's definitely a strong implication, but I don't think Shiro will even pick up on what you mean by that. Even though that's definitely stronger than any other implication you've had thus far. Tosaka mutters to herself. Thankfully, I've got my hands full keeping calm, so I can't argue with Tosaka. Is that thankful? Maybe she wants you to argue. You know, it seems like she wants to, you know, go into the sexy times.
じゃあシロ、もう一度後ろ向いてて。
Okay, Shiro, turn around again. Oh, this time you're gonna take off your second sock, huh? That's gonna be crazy. I turn around as she mumbles. Oh boy, I think she's taking off her second sock. This time the rustling of Tosaka's clothes goes on longer. One more time, I command my heart to remember this is a serious ritual. Even if Tosaka's dressed immodestly, everything will be ruined if I let my mind race.
今度はこれでどう？シロ。
Is this any better, Shiro? Is it? Is it? I don't know. Let me be the gentle lad. Ugh. Tosaka's voice is trembling. I take a long look at her. Oh, a long look. Of course you do. Yeah, it's better. Huh. She's got white underneath. She put her sock back on, though. What was the point of taking off the sock if you're just gonna put it back on because... Oh, I get the idea. She was like, well, I don't have to. She was probably gonna start taking her shirt off and go, maybe that's a bit much. And so instead she took her sock off and go, this is totally acceptable. And she's like, I guess I'll put my sock back on then. My assumption... Okay, here's where... there's been a few moments where I can make a guess that things would have gone a little further, as it were. And I could guess that maybe, I don't... you know, I could see it going both ways. But this is one of those things where, on the uncensored version, I could totally see, you know, the brassiere, or whatever that is, not being on either. And her being fully nude top up. I could see that being a thing. But I don't mind. The censored version, I can, you know, let my mind wander, as it were. It's interesting, the coloration choice of white. She's normally such a red and black color scheme, but, you know, with such a dare look, with her guard being let down, the white underneath, it's kind of, I guess, symbolic of the fact that she puts on the black exterior to show that she's tough, but underneath she's a white softie. I don't know. There's an analogy somewhere, I guess. Dashes. Oh, I mean, I might as well, you know. I'm obligated to be a pervert at every possible opportunity, so. The shirt came off! But at the price of the sock! The light of the lamp softly illuminates her body. Okay, yeah, Shiro, talk dirty to me. This is the best part. Her thin shoulders and neck. The lines of her collarbone are beautifully drawn. Well, way to compliment yourself, artist. Well, I guess this is the writer writing this. Way to compliment your artist, writer. Good job. It's good to compliment your artists on their work when they do a good job.
どう？これで満足？
How is it? Are you satisfied now? It's not about being satisfied. We're supposed to be doing a ritual, Rin. It's up to you. Do you think this is enough? I'm relieved that Tosaka is still belligerent even when she's so beautiful. I think the nudie saber pictures have been better. And that's not a joke. I do think that those are a little more high quality nudies. Not full nudies, but like towel saber, 10 out of 10. I know it's a joke, but the art came after the text. Oh wow, that's makes it even better. I believe that Tosaka is still belligerent even when she's so beautiful. My face relaxes, and I may be smiling without meaning to. Uh-oh.
文句なし。逆にこっちがきつい。
No complaints here. In fact, this might be harder. Harder than if the top came fully off, because it leaves stuff to the imagination. The biggest example being in the very beginning, where Saber's armor is described as plain and basic, and it's drawn like the fanciest shit. Oh, okay. Interesting. Huh. This might be harder. I know that it's pretty common. You want to write out the script before you start actually putting the images in place to match the script, as it were. But then if you make an image that, dismatches the script, you should change the script, of course. But in a game with a script as big as this, I can definitely see how snafus would come in, and all that. But in fact, this might be harder. Hide my face with my hand and take a deep breath. My face is probably red. It matches your red hair and your future red shirt thing. So I'll seem nervous unless I hide it. I mean, her face is pretty red too. Not that you're paying attention to that. You're too busy looking elsewhere on her body.
その顔を見れただけでアイコンにしとく。
After seeing that face, I think I'll call this a draw. How are you thinking about Shiro's upper half, by the way, Ren? Or maybe you've seen it before in your dreams anyways, depending on how deep those dreams of future Shiro went.
じゃあシロ、こっち来て。
Okay, Shiro, come here. Tosaka beckons me from atop the bed. Oh boy. Giggity, or we go straight to the crest. We sit across from one another. The bed bounces slightly under our weight. Okay, that's giggity. That's foreplay if I've ever seen it. This is one of those things. Oh, they might zoom out anyways, but this is one of those times. So definitely in the uncensored version, I could see them panning down. Also, one of the rare cases we get to see Shiro. Usually, we only get to see Shiro in one of two opportunities. He's fighting in a really important battle, or he's starting to get sexy time with a girl. I guess those are the most, those are when his, you could argue that we're seeing Shiro. The rest of the game, we don't see Shiro because he's too busy looking at the rest of the world. He would never look at himself because he doesn't care about himself. And so, the only times where he maybe pays attention to himself are in important character development battles and in, sexy times where he has to think about how he's handling the sexy girl with his sexiness. Or something. Although, to be fair, in his battle with Future Shiro, you could argue that even though we saw some of past Shiro in that battle, it was only Future Shiro's perspective seeing past Shiro. Past Shiro still wasn't looking at himself. He was only really looking at Future Shiro, which is fair, but I think it works for that battle because that battle's very good, and Shiro doesn't really properly develop. He's just being stubborn. So we're gonna put some meaning into the lack of development. Ellipses. Ellipses. Neither of us speak a word, and we take another deep breath. I'm assuming the picture will pan out. If not, I'll save this image later. It's a good image of the two together. I'm just remembering the image with Saber and Shiro when they were embracing that one time in Timeline 1, and it panned around. So this looks like it might be panning around too, but we'll see. The ritual to transfer Tosaka's magic crest is about to begin. We move closer together, and I stiffen my restless body. Oh boy. I clear my head and concentrate.
始めるわ。 シロの胸にこれを当てて。
I'm starting. I'll put this on your chest. What are you putting on my chest exactly? Oh, okay, yeah, they're definitely zooming. She extends her left arm where the magic crest is. Okay, now this image, this is where... Oh, yeah. Show me the Shiro fan service. Yes, that's what I need. Oh, 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 that's the good one. Yeah, that is the good one. I like this image. That's a good image. It's a nice image. It's equal opportunity fan service. Let's save over this one. Why not? Now that's the stuff. Equal opportunity fan service. I think it's actually just a good image in general. And I think before it zoomed over, it showed a better view. But then again, it's a CG of Rin and all that. Well, I say CG for things that aren't really CG, but I always say use CG wrong, and I've just accepted the way I use it. She extends her arm where the magic crest is. Her arm is exposed, and the pattern on her upper arm emerges faintly as it fills with magical energy. Are you too lazy to do that with your actual images? Because I don't see it. I trust you, game, but I don't see it.
同調した後にシロの魔術回路に魔術刻印を移植する。
After we're sympathized... Sympathized? Not synthesized? I'll transplant the magic crest into your magic circuit.
魔術刻印は筆記他人の体。植え付けられるのは異物を盛り込まれることだから、体は拒絶反応を示すかもしれないわ。
The magic crest is a part of another person's body. I'll be transplanting something foreign into you, so your body may reject it. Okay, but you said you had a way for it to ignore the bloodline, so what's your plan?
わかった。そういう荒事には慣れてる。
I understand. I'm used to that kind of chaos. Especially after Archer's swords, but maybe you shouldn't be used to it. And maybe it'd be unfortunate for it to happen in this kind of circumstance. But, to be fair, it was quite painful in your circumstance with Saber's dragon sex, so it's only fair if you get some pain here too, I guess. You know, love earned through pain or something. That's what training my magic circuits always meant to me. Forcing a foreign second nerve into me. Oh, forcing a foreign second nerve into me and controlling it. Though I'm not sure if the magic crest is the same sort of thing. Yeah, you were, and of course you were training the wrong way all along for that, but it might help with this. Oh, not sure if a magic crest is the same sort or not. Oh, seeing the fully zoomed out image, good image. I like it. I like it. I think this actually does do a good job of showing how muscular Shiro is, which he's definitely shown to be kind of, you know, strong. Image doesn't really show... The image definitely shows off Rin as being more slender, but it's a good image. I'm not going to save it again because I already have a version of it saved, but it's a good image. And the close-up, there's something to the close-up as well. There's some appeal to only seeing the zoomed-in version. Definitely her slender form is more something here. I could definitely see this being something where in the uncensored version, you know, maybe like everything's off. Shiro's pants off. Rin's shirt off. Rin's pants, they're all off. Even Rin's hair things, those are off and her hair is flowing down. Everything off. Anyways, or I could be wrong. I don't know. It's fun to imagine. Though I'm not sure if a magic crest is the same sort of thing.
そうね。体に無茶させるのは慣れてるんだっけ。
That's right. Used to doing absurd things to your body, aren't you? Do you want to do some absurd things to me? I mean, you do. You are. But, I mean, you know, other implications. Kinky implications. Tosaka lets out a laugh, as if remembering my absurd training method has made her ease up. However.
それはそれとして。変なことしたら殺すからね。
That said, if you do anything weird, I'll kill you. Sure, Rin. I get it. She suddenly narrows her eyes and glares at me. If anything, that's an invitation for Shiro to do something weird to prove to Rin that he wants to do a weird thing. I mean, like... because Rin wants Shiro to make the move, but I guess it's a bit late for the move. Still, making an untimely move would at least confirm to Rin that he's willing to make the move. If anything, I think this is subtle prodding to Shiro, but
変なことって例えば
define weird. Oh, if she's forced to define weird, how will she define it? Or will she just deflect like a tsundere does? Dashes. She ignores me. Aha! Deflection. In fact, the most blunt form of deflection. Just full-on ignoring. She draws close to me, our shoulders almost colliding. It's like I'm hugging Tosaka's left hand to my chest. Tosaka's breath is on the nape of my neck. Not just a deep breath, but...
Gib dem Vandarenvogel, das Trinkwasser, der von langem Wem kommt.
Yeah, what she said, of course. Whisper more sweet German into my ear, Tosaka. Gib dem Wandergen Vogel das Trinkwasser, der vom Largen weg kommt. Ooh, water sounds. Interesting.
Benutzt den Vogelnamen, in dem der Schüssel nicht angewendet wird.
The sounds of water want me to take this scene seriously, but her pronunciation of German's definitely seeming a little funny in this moment. Probably funnier than it should. My breathing trembles as she says her spell. I can feel the magic energy coursing through Tosaka's body through her hand. Ooh. Her slender fingers are upon my chest, my heartbeat, and Tosaka's pulse. Ooh.
Ich spinne den Regenbogen in neuem Selbst.
I'm trying not to laugh. I'm trying to take it seriously. Seriously. I feel like she's always been good at pronouncing the German when it's like, you know, in a serious fighty moment. But here, in like a softer, quiet moment, it makes me chuckle.
Heißes Wetter, Regen, Wind, Schnee, Krieg, and Unterbrochen.
I can't. Ah! That's so bad. I feel like in this moment, I originally wanted to keep the voices on for, oh, it'll be cool when she does her cool German magic stuff. Before I just decided on keeping them on forever. Back in the early parts in the game where I was going back and forth on that decision. But this is making me almost want to turn them off for this moment so I can take it properly seriously. I'm going to try to fight through it, but, the joking. Okay, I'll just laugh in my mind. Heinz, Water, Regan, Wind. Wind! I know, that's an English word. Schnee, Krieg. I think it's just for the normal spells, the VA actually did several takes to not sound stupid. For spells that are used a bunch, I could see that, sure. Whereas this is a long spiel that wasn't redone. Sounds like, you know, not enough effort put into this situation, but, it's okay. It's okay, I understand that. You know, for the spells that might be repeated or in a serious scene. I mean, this is a serious scene, but like, Alright, Ununterbroken. Well, let's just hope the rest of her speech isn't ununterbroken. I don't want it to be broken. I close my eyes and try to deepen my concentration. Ooh, okay, now we're seeing the crest in full. The pulse and waves overlap. Tosaka is the one uniting them, and I maintain the rhythm. Nice little jingle. I like it. It's really soothing sounding. Perfect for the scene, yeah. I've said before, and I stand by this, that voice acting is great. It can really enhance a narrative. It can also fuck it up if the voice directors aren't doing a good job. And I feel this game's been pretty good with the voice acting being good and enhancing the experience. But I do feel this is one of those situations where, like, you know, I think the voice acting is hard to take seriously. Going against the seriousness of the scene makes it a problem. And it goes towards my point. Voice acting is not always for the better. And sometimes there's merit to the interpretation that can come from not having voice acting in the first place. I've talked about this in other Let's Plays, but the more I go along, like, the more we go into the future, the more and more games start to have voice acting. Like, I used to think, yeah, Zelda's never going to have voice acting. Fire Emblem started getting fully voice acted recently, and it's just been coming to my mind that, wow, everything is just getting full voice acting now. And I'm like, there's still merit to just text, you know. But anyways, the pulse and waves overlap. Tosaka is the one uniting them, and I maintain the rhythm. I unify my mind and keep my mind clear like I do when I train. That's all I can do since I have no experience in sympathizing. Are you sure it's sympathizing and not synthesizing?
nimwang one andere meinung zu sein, ohne zu fahren.
Yep, still ruining the scene. That's okay.
Es nimmt an, ohne zu flüchten, ohne zu zweifeln.
I almost want to turn off the voice acting, but then, like, I don't want to accidentally turn off a voice line that suddenly is super cool. Like, if suddenly she breaks out of the German and goes, I love you, Shiro, I want to hear it.
Jiquim Freund, der auf eine Reise entfernt geht.
My eyes are shut so tightly. It's as if they're sewn shut. My sense of smell dulls, and my tongue tastes nothing. Oh, my tongue tastes nothing. Not multiple tongues. Not yet. The future Shiro would have a tongue. That's a way I could have multiple tongues. Sense of smell, sense of sight. Tongue tastes nothing, so what? You're just focusing on touch? How's your touch? My body's senses are going out of whack. I can't tell if I'm still sitting or if I'm standing. On the other hand, Tosaka's touch feels hot. I can't differentiate my own pulse from Tosaka's waves. Waves, fitting. Sounds of water. Hot waves. I hallucinate someone gripping my heart. That's probably Rin gripping it. Although, you know, you could be fucked up and be hallucinating Gilgamesh, because he was, you know, he's been gripping some hearts. I imagine myself gripping someone's heart. Oh, okay, I got it. You're gripping Gilgamesh's heart when you pull it out of his body in the big climactic battle. Good job, Shiro. Keeping your head in the game. Okay. I grope around with my fingers to check the feeling of the palm being transmitted to me. I didn't know how you felt that way about Gilly, huh, Shiro? Wow. There's really some interesting tension in that relation. Okay, I'll stop. This is a tender moment. Even though Shiro's groping. Oh, hey, look. The groping has consequences. My ears still work, and I hear that voice. No, my body is so unclear that I can't tell if that was my body. Or if what I just heard was Tosaka's voice. Oh, you think that girly voice might have been yours, huh? I think that you're supposed to do a few. Did a ha and a ch. Where's the few? That breathing sounds like someone's in pain. That's another thing. It's a lesser thing and doesn't bug me as much. But, you know, I hear a ha and a ch. And I'm like, I'm waiting for the few. And I hear no few. And I'm like, come on, game. Come on. That breathing sounds like someone's in pain. I know it's not my own breathing I'm hearing, so I listen carefully. Hey, take this seriously, Shiro. Oh, shoot. Suddenly we're connected. Hey, look, the voice acting's good again. Breathing sounds like someone's in pain. Not my own breathing. I get scolded from inside myself. I try to ask what this means. What's happening? Oh. Neat. This is the initial stage of the sympathizing, so our senses are switching places and going wild. Oh, so like Shiro's starting to feel from Rin's perspective, and Rin's starting to feel from Shiro's perspective. That's neat, because the only other perspective we've properly had outside of an interlude is Rin's. So that's kind of neat that he's temporarily. So it's like Rin's voice is scolding Shiro, but it's almost like it's Shiro that's scolding himself through Rin. Trippy.
これから本番が来るわよ。集中しないと共有感覚に弾かれるから。
The real thing's still coming, so if you don't concentrate, you'll be repelled by our shared senses. I mean, there's something funny to be said for fully switching places. It would kind of ruin the tender moment, but it'd be pretty hilarious. If this was earlier in the narrative, I could see it going funny places. Or maybe a bad end possibility. There hasn't really been a choice here, but that's all I hear before suddenly losing sight of myself. It feels like my body has turned into paper that's being folded up. It's being slowly, carefully put away. But time has stopped in the outside world, so from the outside it must look like it's happening at the speed of light. Folded like paper? Insert obligatory Paper Mario joke here. When are they going to make another good Paper Mario? No, I get it. There's merit to games like Color Splash and Origami King. But, like, I mean, make a good one like the ones I like. Grumble, grumble, entitlement. Or if they're not going to make Paper Mario anymore, change the name. I get that it's more like the series now more fits the name than it used to, but like it started with the name Paper Mario, even if it was maybe not the most fitting, so you can't now all of a sudden go, now we'll make it more like the name, but less like the thing we started as when we chose that name, sorry. It's being slowly, carefully put away, but time has stopped in the outside world, so from the outside it must look like it's happening at the speed of light. There's no end to the stowing and reduction. Any flat object should have a limit to how many times it can be folded, no matter how wide its surface area. Now remembering something from Ever 17. Folding is funny. But my body is being shut up deeper and deeper. No matter how many times it can be folded, no matter how wide its surface area. There's definitely some metaphors going on here. The idea that turns to paper, folds up, because maybe that's how tight this has to be for the transfer to properly work, and that's why normally they need to be related by blood, because it can be so stitchy that you have to be willing to meld together like paper mache or something. No end to the reduction. Have a limit to how many times folded. My body is being shut up deeper and deeper because it has to be shut up to make room for 2 and 1 before they split back apart. My field of vision is turning blue. The world before I was folded up is red. Red to represent your hair color and blue to represent Rin's eye color? I'm floating. I'm falling but floating. And the world is passing by me at high speed. Sounds trippy. The white background is interesting. I wonder if they're going to transition. Something of a blue background might be more fitting for the feeling of water. And also he's saying he's going to blue now. He did say it looks like the speed of light, but he said that is from an outside's perspective, so... When I try to reach out my hand to get used to this fast yet frozen world... I realized that my arms are already folded up. Plot twist! I was fully folded! That's worrying. I got rid of the excess things and the things I don't need here, but it's a problem if I don't have my limbs. I can't recognize myself. Does he have to reform himself? I thought Rin would maybe help out with that, but I guess he does need to concentrate on what he is, where he begins and ends. Although, being able to recognize yourself at all, Shiro, is a pretty big task, especially given who you are. Can you recognize yourself? That's a big step. You know, can you really recognize yourself? First thing I should do isn't to affirm the world, but to hypothesize? Hypothesize! Got it. I got there. Hypothesize my own form. That's... Oh, cool. It did change. Now it does look cute. Fishy. I clench both my hands. Now that looks neat. That's just the kind of background I was wanting. Oh, it didn't keep moving. Oh well, I guess you can only ask for so much. Huh. Also, that's very fitting of how, you should view the world in general, which Shiro normally doesn't. The first thing I should do isn't affirm the world, but my own form. In other words, look after yourself first, then worry about the rest of the world, instead of what Shiro normally does, which is the opposite. The fact that he's able to do this somewhat, I guess, maybe harkens back to his, how he has a little bit of pride in him now with confronting Archer. So maybe that let him actually affirm himself a little bit. I clench both my hands. Alright. Even if only hypothetically, I recognize my own self. There is no top or bottom. I mean, with Rin, I feel like no sky or earth. I'm floating in a blue celestial sphere. Trippy. Blue, this shade of blue, and given that we saw fishes, definitely makes me think more of water than sky or earth. Given that you're Shiro, though, you'd think fire would be more fitting, but maybe the water is more representative of Rin. Even though Rin gives an outward appearance of being kind of, hot-headed inside. She's a bit of a softie, bit of a, flowing water. It's peaceful. Not in terms of sound, rather the entire shape is peaceful and complete. Nice. Time is passing outside. The outside is entirely filled by this blue sea. There's nothing inside the celestial sphere. In other words, from the perspective of the blue seas, this sphere itself is the sky. Fun. Nothing inside the sphere. Then where are you? You're not at the epicenter? The outside is entirely filled by the blue sphere. Does that mean you're the epicenter? Nothing inside the sphere. So you're separated from the sphere? Where are you mentally, Shiro? No top or bottom. I recognize my own self. It's peaceful. Is this yourself? That seems unlikely, unless yourself right now is Rin's self, if you've done a trancy-wancy furry. A trancy-wancy furry? A transfer? Recognize my own self. Huh. Time is passing outside. From the perspective of the blue sea, the sphere itself is the sky. A world egg. Has this sphere been covered with a shell? Yeah, a shell as in the shell of the person, as in Rin's shell? The shell that she hides the outside world from? Is this an looker into Rin's inner psyche? Like, imagified? I don't think he'd be Shiro's, because I think he'd be more fire-based, but... Or have the exterior and interior been reversed? Is this everything born from nothing, or nothing forced out from everything? Everything from nothing, or nothing forced out from everything. Well, if it's forced out, then it's not nothing, is it? We had dragon sex, now fish sex. I was thinking more jewel sex, given that it's Rin, but yeah, fish sex. I guess Rin, there's plenty of fish in the sea, but I wasn't thinking of Rin quite like that. Inverted, the celestial sphere continues to turn. Time continues to turn. An intangible thing that took form over many months and years. An intangible thing? Rin's life and experience is? There's no repeated form and no different life. I guess if this could just be an analogy for the world itself, no repeated form and no different life? I think there's some different lives, so maybe I'm wrong. Oh boy, fish can be rather pleasurable, Personally, I'm not one to enjoy the taste myself, but you know, everyone's got a different palate. I don't hate fish. I mean, I'll eat it if, you know, it's presented to me, but like, I wouldn't actively seek out eating fish generally. A phenomenon shared by everything. Things of the same form gather and give shape to entirely different laws. Same form. Laws. Of the universe? Or of the self? Of the self that is the universe. Oh! Each rare cause. Is this showing the different magical metachlorians of the different, all the different people in the metaphorical sea of the life? Displays a great effect. Beautiful. They're just like fish traversing the sea. There is no will in this complete world. No will? I guess that means we have to use Rebecca. Well, I always preferred her anyways. I mean, you know, they're both archers, and archers are bad, but like, you know, I don't mind using an archer just to feel like, aesthetically pleasing. There's no will in this complete world. No persistence or defense. No symbolism or antagonism. No symbolism? What a load of shit! The sequence is totally filled with oodles of symbolism. Oh wait, symbiosis. That is not the word I was reading. Symbiosis. No symbiosis. Words. Try to read them sometimes, brain, please. I read the other one right, correct? Antagonism, yes. What? Okay, of course, I combined them. Symbol and ism from the antagonism. That's what happened. I'm giving excuses for my brain. Anything that comes here is taken as intent. Okay, it's the true feelings then? If I am a foreign substance come to explore it, then they will respond naturally. So this is, yeah, this seems like this is Ren's crest. This is Ren's self. It's all her experiences within the crest. A remarkably long time passes. It'll take a while to properly acclimate and then properly, you know, eject Ren from your body. I would assume it's much harder and comes with more risks than doing it to a proper bloodline, but maybe it's possible? Or, you know, you're secretly a Tosaka all along. The assembly of the crest draws the design of the foreign substance. But what requires caution is assembly of the crest, design of the foreign substance. Oh. Dashes? What requires conscious? What does it? Cautions? Cautious? Cautions. Caution. That is the correct word. It inverts. I see an illusion. Oh boy. A hidden past passes through. One that is not my own. I thought you were looking at one that wasn't your own the whole time, but it's sure. Hidden past? Or is this alluding to the fact that you have a secret alternate backstory where even aside from being future Shiro, you're even more awesome from the future past? There's a third plot twist. It's not just you have Avalon and you're also Archer. There's a third secret plot twist, which relates to how you are somehow mentally time traveling with the Grail, maybe? Or I'm reading way too much into this, as I tend to do. Oh no, it's Rin's. Of course. I see an old memory. Okay, you're seeing Rin's memories. I thought, you know, you were just seeing yourself that is Rin the whole time, but okay, still, we're getting to the heart of this. I wanted this to you know, Rin's trauma to come to the forefront, as it were. I see an old memory. The morning of parting with a certain person. Someone else's memory of being sent to a holiday villa far from Fuyuki because of the beginning of a conflict. This was like the very beginning. Well, it wasn't the very beginning of the visual novel. It started with it was like a something like lightning when Shiro got pierced by Lancer's lance. But then it basically started with this after that. What requires caution is, no matter what the intent behind the reaction is, to the human consciousness, the process they are carrying out is nothing less than divine punishment. No matter the intent, to the human consciousness, the process they're carrying out. So they're trying to punish the invader, regardless of good intentions. So you have to acclimate to their intentions so you don't get murdered, or you don't murder them. Dashes. In this body that has no need for eyes or brain, I feel dizzy. Information is passing me. I return to an old memory. Rin's house. When did this happen? What's this relating to? This looks like Rin's house, I think. Is it? I believe so. The morning of parting with a certain person. Is it the same parting with the father? It's just, again, because that's just how powerful of a moment that is for Rin's life, and I would agree with that. I've said that for a while now. Someone else's memory of seeing off someone who would never hold their hand again. Dashes. Maybe we will do a deep dive into this then. Interesting. We could deep dive now, I suppose. Pacing would surprise me for them to do this now, just before the end, unless, again, the end is going to be extended longer than I'm expecting, which they could, I guess. Especially if the real final battle takes place in hell, if that's a real thing where he actually succeeds in opening the gates of hell. Anyways, dashes. The lines of the magic crest swim around me. Oh, I can kind of see the lines now. Like the sort of petals in the water, that, not counting the fish, the petals are sort of like the lines of the crest, kind of. I can see that notion. Oh, that's neat. Yeah. It's like the lines in the water that are kind of, he's trying to take it into himself, and the fish, maybe the fish is like the Tosaka-ness that is being binded by the lines. Well, I guess all the water is probably the crest, but neat. The lines of the magic crest swim around me. They swirl around, searching for the bait that has appeared. Are you the bait? Or is the bait that memory? There's nothing I can do. There's nothing bait can do to begin with. You're the bait. The only way to produce a result is to observe and accept everything in this way. The transformation is gradual. Time surrounds me like a spiral and passes within me. Time has been playing tricks on you for a while, Shiro. Dashes. So what is this big thing? Is this... Maybe these fishes are carrying the crest lines as they try to encircle, you know, where they need to go around your circuits. And so the fishes need to surround you just right, and if they, you know, if they do it wrong, as it were, metaphorically, it'll reject you. It's all a metaphor. I mean, I love, you know, deep dive, you know, crazy imagery, what could it really mean type shit like this, so I'm a fan. And corrodes me as if swallowing nothingness. Oh no, maybe I shouldn't be a fan anymore. Passes within me and corrodes me as if swallowing nothingness. Does it corrode the bad parts, though? Suddenly it turns red. Maybe this is when it starts being painful, because it's when it starts fully acclimating to you, which is when it gets the hardest. Every time we get that fuzzy vision, we remember the backstory. Persons, too. The daughter and father, or are there more? Season, winter. Title, farewell. Ooh, cemetery. A bouquet is offered up. Is this Rin trying to put a bouquet for her father's grave. Maybe Kirei's the second person there with her. A young girl stands before a gravestone. Before her stands a towering priest. Behind her. Oh, good old Kirei. No words are spoken. And then what about the mother? Is the mother in the saved gravestone, I wonder? She's dead too, I'm pretty sure. I think I remember her dying in Fate Zero, but my memory is, of course, kind of iffy. It's not as clear in my head as Kirei betraying, the father, whose name escapes me. This day, too, the girl firmly bottles up her grief. Too firmly. Foreign substance added. A spiral blade ringing the body. Like a vicious thrust. But not like a... Hold on. Like a vicious thrust, but not like a... Like a thrust like lightning? Is it a vicious thrust like lightning? Like a vicious thrust like lightning. The transfer of the crest has begun. Oh, it's only now begun. Everything up till now is foreplay? I observe a gruesome fact. Ooh, the red drops from below. Okay, so yeah, the water like the sky. Now it's all red. Now things get tough. A gruesome fact. You're going to be getting to the heart of her trauma, like it or not. She'll object and object and object, but in this moment, you're getting to see her innards, as it were. Now this definitely looks kind of Evangelion-esque. And you know, I'm a fan of that trippy stuff. Thankfully, my ability to feel pain has been folded away. Oh, your ability to feel pain's folded away. But you're supposed to be sympathizing, which is sympathy, so you think you'd have some sympathy for the pain even if you don't feel the pain yourself? It's a different type of sympathy. As if it is someone else's concern, I watch myself being locked up, bound, dismembered, disassembled, and played with. Because you fully acclimated, I guess? Flesh is very easily shredded. I mean, not your flesh, not when you have Avalon. Is that going to get in the way of this? Let's hope not. Bone is very easily whittled. But not your bone, because you're the bone of your sword. You've got a big boner. All that is left is a soul that will feel pain for all eternity. Your soul? Hopefully not. Future Shiro seemed feeling pain for quite a long time. Possibly one could argue eternity. It's like one arm has become the leg of an insect. It feels disgusting. Oh. Okay. Pain for eternity. Whose soul's feeling it, though? Yours or Rin's, or both? This is her pain, too. Rin's pain for eternity? Let's stop that, then. Because I know she's been feeling pain for a while, I've thought. But, yeah. You want to do something about that now that you are seeing it? Or are you too, drugged up, as it were, mental drugs, to be able to properly process the pain I once heard of carrying the magic crest? Huh. I feel respect for her. But wouldn't you also be worried for her? Sympathize with her, as it were? Isn't that the whole point? Ah, yeah, when she first flashed it when she was going to attack us. Good times? She holds in this level of discomfort. Maybe many times more repulsive with a brilliant smile. This level of discomfort may be many more times repulsive. Oh, that's an interesting question. Is Shiro only going through this because it's not a normal blood transference? Or would someone like Rin go through this at a young age when her father's transferring, his crest to her, in theory? If that's the case, does that mean she sees her father's traumas? Would give her more of a reason to, not let his pride down, potentially, if she got to take a deep dive into them through the transference. Maybe on a grand scale, you actually take the weight of everyone who's ever had that crest. That's definitely a big responsibility for sure. A brilliant smile. She doesn't look like she's smiling in this image, but sure. Doesn't feel unpleasant at all. If I think of that, what is there to fear? Well, I mean, I think that she was outwardly rejecting, but maybe still inwardly hurting. I don't think it's healthy, but... Dashes. Every time we fuzz, we flash back to that stuff. Are we flashing back again? I touch an even deeper place. Oh! In her memories full of nothing but partings, there was one. What is this? This seems juicy. I don't want to juice when I have to pee, and I do kind of have to pee. Whoa! Why did I suddenly jump to the first page? Oh, right, of course, because I was looking at the Bolt Light Lightning. I already went ahead and did the thing where I deleted all the save points from Timeline 1 that I didn't think were useful anymore. Right, because, I'm going to need those eventually. Where were we? Right, that was the sexy time. We should be about here. Sure, that'll do. What memory is this? There was one. Is this the Shiro thing? It definitely could be. But yeah, kinda sorta have to pee. So let's do that, shall we? I touch an even deeper place. In her memories full of nothing but partings, there was one. Is this about Shiro? Or is this still just about her papa? Oh yeah, the best memory sex. One meeting that filled her heart with longing. And this would be with Shiro, right? Right? Someone was running in the school grounds. Who's this? What is this? He's seeing how Rin first fell in love with Shiro, maybe? A running high jump. Shiro's running high jump? He ran towards a bar over and over. Uh-huh. She was watching. For no reason until the sun set. Because he was overcoming something she didn't expect? Is this what she was talking about with her trauma incident? Not trauma, but the trauma of her, turning me into not having memories, that trauma. Did that give her courage? The fact that he kept trying and trying, even though he was failing, or something like that? Wondering what meaning there was to such a thing. Rin was wondering what the meaning was? Running the school grounds, a running high jump. He ran towards the bar over and over. She was wondering why he persisted. And that persistence, in a way, set her in the direction she's been on for a while. Looking somehow betrayed, looking as though she was seeing something precious, she gazed at the scene for a very long time. Betrayed. Betrayed at how much determination he had? Or how much he seemed to have. I mean, he's definitely determined. That doesn't mean you can be determined without being healthy. That's all there is to the story. Wow, what a mundane reveal. An after-school occurrence that could happen anywhere. She looked at him and wondered about it, and it changed her forever? To her, it wasn't edible. It was an indelible childhood memory, something akin to a revolution. It affected her in a big way. Indelible. Well, I think it's only proper that I look up what the heck that word means. Indelible? Indelible spelled how? Indelible. Is that correct? Indelible, yes. Of ink or a pen, making marks that cannot be removed, not able to be forgotten or removed. Oh, okay. Why do you have to use such a... words? Okay, indelible. I learned a new word today. And I'll probably forget it tomorrow. It was an indelible, unforgettable childhood memory. Something akin to a revolution. Faintly. It gave her perseverance. Or before she was lacking. She didn't know what she was going to do. She was being swayed with the responsibility of Tosaka and maybe wanting to not do that. And seeing him try so hard at jumping over a pole, something so minor. She's like, if he can do that, I can have the persistence to, to stay a Tosaka. You know, do this pridely. Do it pridefully. Not give in to Kirei's cruel training, maybe. Not want to give up and run away from the Tosaka name. But if that's so, it's almost unfortunate. Maybe she should have left the Tosaka name. Of course, all along, Shiro was determined in an unhealthy way. And this may have set Rin on a slightly unhealthy course, although there are certainly worse outcomes. Faintly. I recognize the scene too, from a day very long ago. Exactly how long ago, I wonder? How long ago? Time returns to the outside. Now tell me exactly how long. I want to know the exact date. How many years ago? How many months? How many days? How old were you? How was she? How old was she? Is this post-fire? I would assume so. Time returns to the outside. The world is returning to completion. My consciousness, solidified from being folded up so tightly, begins to disappear. Like a bubble bursting on the surface of the sea. Accepting the foreign body in my arm, I'm cut loose from the inside. Uh-oh. Is that good? I mean, we're not red anymore, we're back to being blue. I guess that's good. Like a bubble bursting on the surface of the sea. Begins to disappear. Uh-huh. Accepting the foreign body, the foreign crest, I'm cut loose from the inside. So that you can be more properly, because your consciousness shouldn't be here? Probably. Oh, that image we saw in the prologue, when Rin was talking about magic. I see, cut loose from the inside. Because he was like inside Rin's psyche and all that while it was transferring. And then when it was complete, he's not really needed in there, so he's shoved out. Tush! My body feels heavy. Still half asleep, I open my eyes and look around aimlessly. Uh-huh. And what's up with Rin? Ellipses, comma, ellipses? That's unusual. My consciousness becomes clear. I'm lying face up on a bed with my shirt off. And, Rin? My left shoulder is hot and sweaty. When I try to wipe it off with my hand, it stings like a burn. Ah, the left shoulder, is that where the crest is now? Something feels off. As if I've grown an extra finger. In this case, it's just an extra crest, no big deal. I'm clearly different than I was before now. Now, how much of that did he actually take in? And how much was subconscious that isn't going to affect him on a surface level? That Tosaka stuff that he saw.
そうだ。遠坂、成功したのか。
I think most of it was subconscious. That's right. Tosaka, did it work? How much time has passed? Where is Tosaka? Is it like the middle of the night, maybe? Is she okay? Did it fuck her up much? Because she shouldn't be passing it to me? Maybe I passed out and overslept and it's been several hours.
なんだ
Oh, she's holding a pillow and looks with the same clothes, so it's probably not been that long. Maybe she just feels a little perverted. Maybe she saw some stuff of me like I saw of her, or maybe she knows I saw stuff of her, so she's feeling, a little googly. So she is here. Good, I thought I overslept. Wait. I think I might be getting glared at here. What's the problem, Rin?
遠坂成功したのか
Tosaka, did it work?
もちろん成功したわよ。申し分ないぐらいバッチリ。後遺症なんて出ないぐらいきっかり。そういうのが得意だった綺麗だって我が弟子ながらよくやったって陰険に褒めるぐらい完璧に。
Of course it worked. So well that nobody could complain. So perfectly there won't be any after effects. So flawlessly that even Kirei, who specializes in this stuff, he's also dead by the way, and you would know this, would give it a backhanded compliment. Oh, he would. Okay, fair. Like, well done for my disciple. So what's the problem? What's the problem, Ren? So also, what was your countermeasure to the whole blood relative thing? Because wasn't the whole thing like, isn't it going to be weird? And Ren said, don't worry about it. I'm still worried. Guess that means it worked really well. So now that it's over, you're just back to being closed off? Just one problem. Tosaka doesn't seem boastful or proud. Oh, yeah, that's not like Tosaka. Oh no. Did she give me her pride when she was transferring the crest? Oh no. Actually, she's mad. Really mad. She's sulking like she's about to blow her top. And that's bad because it's the only thing she's wearing right now. Dashes. Looks like the situation has gone kind of bad. Oh no, bad is bad. I need to catch on to why she feels this way and calm her down as quickly as possible. Catch on? Shiro, that means understanding that she loves you so much. And calm her down as quickly as possible. But, unworthy student that I am, I can't even figure out what my master is angry about. Unworthy student. How often has she been your master, really? In this timeline, she hasn't really taught you anything. I mean, she's your master as far as servant-master relations go, but, because of, Archer, but... Oh! Oh! You feel the beeps! Maybe Rin feels naked without the crest. Like, not having it on her feels so different. Like, you feel pretty different, maybe she feels pretty different. Maybe it's like a weight is lifted off her shoulder. Maybe all the responsibility of the Tosakas has, like, subconsciously vanished and she actually feels really good, but she feels nervous about how good she feels. She's like, oh no, does Shiro feel bad now? Or something. My upper arm throbs with pain. It's a weird sensation, like a deep cut combined with a burn. Whoa! Rin definitely had a much longer crest. Is this just Rin's part of the crest, and maybe the rest is still on Rin, or the rest is gone, or is it just smaller on Shiro because he's less deserving of having the bloodline? And so it was a really big Tosaka crest that was forced to be squished so that Shiro could accept it because he shouldn't have accepted it? There's no doubt about it. A design is branded on my left shoulder. Gives off a faint blue light, but unlike Tosaka's magic crest, not unlike Tosaka's magic crest, that is the opposite of but unlike Tosaka's magic crest.
遠坂これが
Tosaka, is this... Still calling her Tosaka. Maybe you call it the whole timeline. It's just interesting because Future Shiro very much calls her Rin all the time, so... I wonder if there's a turning point or just not at all. He's already said that he loves her at this point, so...
ええ、私から移植した魔術刻印よ。もうただの回路になって元の魔術の痕跡もないけどね。
Yes, it's the magic crest I transplanted to you. It's just a circuit with no trace of the original magic left now, though. You mean the original magic left that was originally in the circuit I had instead? Or you mean that it doesn't have any of the crest's magic anymore, because doesn't that defeat the point? Unless it just gives me more capacity.
そうか。いや、すごいな。もっと痛むと思ったのに全然痛みがない。
I see, but that's
確かに
amazing.
重いぐらいか。
I thought it would hurt more, but it doesn't hurt at all. It's just a little heavy.
それも時期になれるわ。魔力をつなげるだけのパスだから人体にもそう影響はないはずだし。
You'll get used to that soon enough. It's just a path to transfer magical energy, so it shouldn't have too much of an effect on the body. Soon enough, just a path to transfer magical energy. I wonder... This seems like a pretty big step to making Shiro more competent in battles. I wonder... Doubtful, but would he keep this over the timeline transference? It seems like timeline 1 to 2 is entirely mental. And it may also be, it seems almost entirely subconscious as well. But, I don't know, it'd be weird for him to retain this, especially if Rin retains hers in the theoretical timeline 3, but, things to think of. You'll get used to that soon enough. It's just a path transfer magical energy, so it shouldn't have too much of an effect on the body. Just a path to transfer magical energy. So, like, you didn't give the full crest, you gave, like, a receiver, maybe? So that I can, like, vie on your crest? Is that the idea? It's not the real crest, it's like a crest that'll stem from your crest? Or am I misunderstanding?
刻印。いえ、回路の方が体に擬態していくから、半年もすれば何も感じなくなる。
The crest... No, the circuit will mimic your body, so half a year from now you won't feel anything. So what are you saying? For like the next half year, it's gonna feel weird because I gotta fight Gilgamesh tomorrow, probably. If there's any timeline transference, oh yeah, you do that little face emote. There definitely is. They made a point to have, you know, the timeline go the same way, and then Shiro just react to things differently, as what caused even the differences in the first place. So that has to matter. Better matter. Grumble, grumble. In advance, spoilers if it doesn't matter, I'm gonna be mad. Half a year from now, you won't feel anything.
そうか。じゃあこれで。
I see. So, does this mean...
移植は完了。基本的には私からシロへの一方通行で、そっちから魔力を送ることはできないわ。
Okay.
今の段階でできるのは私の魔力を送ることだけ。
The transfer is complete. It's fundamentally a one-way path from me to you. So you can't send magical energy to me. Well, I guess it's fair. You've seen a lot of my memories anyways because of your future Shiro dreams. At this stage, I can only send my magical energy to you. So you're sending to me... right. So maybe you didn't actually give me your crest. Maybe you just gave me like a thing that can take energy from your crest through like a funnel if I need it. Does that mean I can just drain on you as if I'm your servant and you're the master? That kind of style? Or, because if you fully gave me the crest, then you're kind of wording these things weirdly. I'm not falling for your trickery, Topoima. If it was just an alternate sequence, it would, I feel like they would be basing it on it. Normally, an alternate timeline sequences being different is based on you choosing things that are different. However, Shiro's differences started internally, regardless of the player's choice, and I've been over this, but anyways. At this stage, I can only send my magical energy to you.
ここからはあなたの頑張り次第よ。固有結界を作る魔力はこれでクリアしたんだから、あとは。
From here on out, everything hangs on your effort. We've solved the issue of the magical energy to create the reality marble, so the only thing left is the skill to actually do it. Me. Not sucking. All that's left is for me to activate all my magical circuits and successfully create the reality marble. So do it and don't suck. Easy.
そうだな。ありがとう、トサカ。魔術刻印、ありがたくもらっておく。
Yeah. Thank you, Tosaka. I'm grateful for the magic crest. I bet you are, Shiro. Just start the Rin and Tosaka sitting in a tree KIANSNG. What?
当然よ。 ごめんなんて言わせないわ。お金にしたらもう超クラス。一生ものの貸しなんだから。
Well, to be fair, he didn't apologize. He just said thank you. So, no, there you go. Of course, I won't let you apologize. If you put it into money, it'd be in the trillions. So you take a lifetime paying it back. Haha, we had a little joke like this in the other timeline too. Although, it wasn't quite trillions, and I think Shiro was serious about paying you back for the jewels you had to spend in the Berserker fight. Which, is dumb because we were already teammates at that point, but you know, whatever. That's Timeline 1 Rin. She was a little more stingy than Timeline 2 Rin.
そりゃ確かに一生ものだ。
That really would be a lifetime. That'd be a problem for Shiro. He's already got to spend so much of his life paying back Kiritsugu's life debt.
で、どうしてそんなに遠坂は怒ってるんだ？
So, why are you so mad, Tosaka?
見たでしょ。
You saw, didn't you? What? Your memories? I mean, you've seen plenty of mine, Rin. We don't even know how deep your memories of Shiro go.
え？
Saw what? He definitely saw it, but is it wrapped in his subconscious, I wonder? It couldn't be. I was totally blank during the ritual, but did I actually push Tosaka down or something? No, Shiro. It's all in your subconscious.
待った。なんかしたのか、俺。
Wait, did I do something?
だから見たでしょ、このけだもの。
Like I said, you saw it, didn't you, you beast?
けだもの。
Beast? No way, did I really do something that would make me deserve to be called that? I don't know, Shiro, you seem pretty sketchy to me. No, it can't be. I mean, the bed doesn't look very messed up. If something like that happened, I wouldn't be alive now anyway.
そうだ。第一、儀式中は俺の目は機能してなかったっていうか、ほとんど真っ白だったし、見たものといえば魔術回路っぽいイメージと。
Is this when he accidentally walks into revealing exactly what she doesn't want him to know? First of all, my eyes didn't work during the ritual, or at least I mostly just saw white. All I saw was imagery that looked like magic circuits and... Ah. Does that mean Tosaka was talking about that? Okay, it's not just subconscious. He just needed a moment to orient himself. The illusions I glimpsed. It's not unusual to see visions at the depths of someone's mind when in a sympathized state. Oh yeah, because Shiro's just so knowledgeable about how that works now. Sure. Must be the same thing as me seeing Saber's dreams. Or the heroic spirit Emiya's. Which you saw much more of Saber's dreams in Timeline 1. The heroic spirit Emiya's. You saw glimpses of those. I slapped my knee in understanding. Aw, this song played in the beginning of the game when Ren's father was going away. I remember. In that case, what I'm most curious about is that one. That dusty schoolyard that didn't fit in with the other dreams. Ah. Maybe those were all the most important memories for her. The ones that shaped the future of her life. The one where her father, you know, the three most important ones possibly. The one where her father was like, well, I'm gonna be off now. That was the last time she saw him. The one where she was in front of the grave with Kirei behind, maybe molding her prospective future. And then the third one, seeing Shiro. And his determination, possibly. That dusty schoolyard that didn't fit in with the other dreams.
あれだ。トサカ、変な夢見てただろ。
That's it, Tosaka! You had a weird dream, right?
どこかの学校の校庭でバカみたいに棒高跳びしてるやつをずっと日が暮れるまで見ていたの。あれって一体なんだ？
You're the idiot! That's it, Tosaka. You had a weird dream, right? There was some guy on a school's grounds who was high jumping like an idiot. Obviously, that was you idiot. And you watched him the whole time until the sunset. What was that about? Shiro, you deserve to be whacked for that. Before I can finish, a pillow smacks me in the face. Okay, it's just a pillow. That's not that bad. Could be worse. Oh, man. Some guy on school grounds high jumping like an idiot. classic. Hey, it's self-understanding. Too bad he doesn't understand that it was himself yet. Once he understands, though, I don't think he would object. You know, given that it's Shiro. That's a very personal memory for her. I watched it play out, of course, and Shiro did too, and I feel like we both thought mostly nothing of it, so the fact that she cares this much about it is very telling. Before I can finish, a pillow smacks me in the face. It's like a slash combined with a full swing. Pillow thality. A satisfactory blow that Saber Fujine would admire. Gah! There's one problem. The normally fluffy pillow has such an impact and damage that it's as if it's filled with water. Did you put some magic into it? Out of anger?
Tosaka, nani wo?
Tosaka, what?
うるさいうるさいうるさい
Shut up, shut up, shut up! Oh, she pursues me with the pillow. Oh gosh. Oh, the ultimate son in action. Tosaka hits me repeatedly with overhead swings of the pillow in her immodest size.
なんか魔力込めてないかそれ
Ow, ow, ow! Did you put magic energy into that thing?
いいからやめる変だぞ何がどうしたんだ
Just stop already, this is weird. What's wrong with you? Oh, I think you just got a glimpse of what might be wrong with her, Shiro.
うるさいけだもの人の秘密を覗き見ておいて何ふんぞり返ってるのよ
Yeah, it's like peeking at her personal diary, you jerk. As if he had a choice. Shut up, you beast! What are you getting so arrogant for, peeking at people's secrets? You saw Shiro's dreams. This Shiro isn't that far from the other Shiro, I would argue. Maybe a little bit, but like, you saw Gold. You think of him as Goldie, so I assume you saw the younger dreams. So you know, you were a pervert first, Rin, is what we're getting at here. Double standards. What are you getting so arrogant for, peeping at people's secrets?
ちょっと待て秘密ってあんなのがか
Oh, wait, that was a secret? I shout in surprise and receive a direct hit to the face from the opening of my guard. Oh boy, and we thought the sparring with Saber was rough. Uh-oh. Did that hit come a little too hard and she finally realized, oh no, this is what happens when you do slapstick comedy and take it seriously. It could actually fucking hurt. An agonizing pillow uppercut. Combined with the fatigue from the transfer, I'm knocked down again. Tosaka must still be angry as she grabs the back of my neck and drags me across the floor. Oh, fuck! I thought she was gonna be, going, oh no, I went too far. No? Has she not gone far enough? Or is she going further in the other direction? Is that why she's dragging me back onto the bed? Ooh.
いいわよいつかこっちから恥ずかしい記憶を覗き返してやるんだからその時は土下座をしても許さないわよ
It's fine. I'll look at your embarrassing memories next time. I won't go easy on you when that time comes, even if you prostrate yourself before me. That's right. You've already seen Shiro's possibly embarrassing memories anyway, so...
それは勘弁あれもしかして
Anything but that. Wait, could it be... Could what be? I wasn't able to ask after all. Ask what? She tosses me out of the room by my neck. Ow! Could it be that wasn't... What? That you like me? I mean, if that's the case, wow, Shiro. That's quite an accomplishment. That idiot jumping the pole was you, Shiro? That is true.
エミヤくん女の子にはいろいろ支度があるから自分の部屋に戻っててくれない
Emiya-kun, girls have a lot of preparation to do, so would you mind going back to your own room? Preparation for the fight or preparation for some hanky-panky? I guess the timing's a little awkward for hanky-panky, but I mean, we could die in the fight, so like, I'm just, I mean, I guess not doing the hanky-panky is basically saying we're definitely going to live through it. It gives us more determination, because we can potentially hanky-panky afterwards. Yeah, so the theory that she's the Leia has definitely gone down. With that mean grin of hers, Tosaka slams the door. Still not sure what her strategy was for doing the transfer without me being really a proper blood relative, but maybe they'll explain it. I mean, Shiro did bring up that it'd be weird because it's like a bloodline thing, but meh. With that mean grin of hers, Tosaka slams the door. Pushed into the hallway without my shirt. I stare blankly at the door. She's keeping your shirt.
男にだっていろいろあるぞ。
Don't be stupid. Guys have lots of stuff too. Like some whacking off I gotta do after seeing her like that, am I right? Woof. I wonder if she's whacking off with that shirt of yours. If only you could have kept kept the one sock she put back on. Oh man. I stand up, still clutching my dizzy head. I want to say something back to Tosaka on the other side of the door, but I give up. That's showing who the real top in the relationship is, as it were. In the end, I wasn't able to ask what the scene I saw meant to Tosaka. But we have to circle back to that. Are we going to circle back in timeline 3? Or are we going to circle back after the big fight? Are we going to circle back in the middle of the big fight? That'd be awkward timing. See, with Saber, we had, like, the sexy dragon sex in the Berserker fight about halfway to 2/3 of the way through, and there was time, you know, for the relationship to build and stuff. Whereas with Rin, we've been beating around the bush for so long, this almost feels like the start, and not even fully the start, really, and we're just about to hit the end, which is interesting. Again, that's what plays into my mind of, oh, she's the Leia! That's why they can't show anything naughty, because it's gonna get weird when we find out he's secretly a Tosaka, but... In the end, I wasn't able to ask what the scene I saw meant to Tosaka.
まあ、あれだけ嫌がるってことは何か特別な意味のあることなんだろうし。
Oh well, if she's that mad about it, it must have some special meaning. Muttering stupidly to myself, I go back to my room. It's probably just an excuse for Tosaka to kick me out, but it's true that there's no time. The date has already changed. The date! For a second I'm like, wait, you think of what just happened with Tosaka as a date? I mean, kinda. The date has already changed. There's probably less than an hour left before we head to the temple. And look at the time! I don't know, I guess I was underestimating just how long the sexy time with Rin would take, but I can definitely see our streams with Fate going into next week now, based on the pacing right now, but they also might cut it short if they want to do, you know, the whole in the second act you lose thing where Gilgamesh kicks our ass. But there's probably less than an hour left before we head to the temple. Or alternatively, we kick Gilgamesh's ass, but we're too late and the Grail does grody stuff and Saber wasn't able to succeed and we lose that way but still succeed in beating Gilgamesh, so we don't have to repeat that, is the other idea. There's probably less than an hour left before we head to the temple.
確かにこれは
Oh, he's feeling his innards. Yeah, this is... I close my eyes and feel the magical energy pouring into me. Tosaka isn't consciously supplying me with magical energy yet, but it's already enough to fill me up. Not consciously. But unconsciously. Giggity, am I right? If any of Shiro's magical energy capacity is 20 or 30, she always has 500 magical energy. Interesting. But you're able to do more with the energy? Because you can sword birth and stuff, which is really cool. You also have more endurance because of your Avalon. And the sword birth, it always hurts you when you do it. You have to go past your limit. It's like using 50 magic when you should only have 20 or 30. This should definitely help out in that regard. I'm sure it would take years to fill up her whole capacity, but I bet her maximum capacity could reach 1,000. So she's got a high metachlorian count. Got it.
驚いた。あいつ本当にすごいやつだったんだ。
I'm amazed. She really is amazing. I mean, she still ends up using those jewels to give an even greater excess, and her spells are generally kind of mundane, whereas I can do crazy stuff with my 20 to 30 magic, which is weird, but you know, I guess it's because I'm more able to effectively use the magic. I just don't have the magic. Whereas now she's given the magic so I can use it to do my more effective magicking. Makes me realize her greatness again. You should compliment her in front of her face. She seems to like that. Well, she's exhausted right now, and most magi only keep about 80% of their magical energy. So Tosaka has about 400 magical energy right now. Right, so she just gave you a pathway. From, like, she didn't give you her crest? It talked like she was giving you her crest. But it seems like she gave you just a way to give her energy from her crest. Tosaka has about 400 magical energy right now. That's still a huge amount. So, or what they're saying is that Shiro still has a limit of 50, but now Rin is like her bank account, his bank account, where it's like when you're buying something, it's like, oh, I get it. No, wait, do I get it? I'm thinking. No, I get it, yeah. Shiro's credit card limit is like 50 magic points. He can only buy 50 magic points at a time. But now Rin is his sugar daddy, sugar mommy, and has like 400, magic points to keep replenishing every time I run out of my 50 credit card magic points. Yep, that totally makes sense. So that way I don't get overburdened. And so I still have the same amount to draw on, but because I'm doing the same thing, what that would theoretically mean, though, is the question is, can I go overboard, though? Can I, even though I have a 50, like a 30 limit, let's say, I have a 30 limit, she's got like 500, can Shiro do a 530 all at once and drain her instantly? Or is it like, as he drains himself, she fills him up, is the question. I assume it's more, he could just go overboard, and she'll fill up the excess immediately, but it's interesting to think about, because I doubt he definitely can't be limited in a fight against Gilgamesh. He's probably gonna have to bring a big attack out where he brings a bunch of weapons. Although that will probably be easier if he can make the reality marble, because the reality marble should be the most efficient, right? Because if he can make that, that should make the cost of making the other weapons cheaper with his mana points. If I understand magic conversion correctly. Anyways, that's still a huge amount. I use about 2 magic energy to use 1 strengthening magic. Suddenly we're learning about how all this works. I kind of enjoy this stuff like this. I wish we learned it earlier. I'm not gonna lie. I love, like, for example, if I'm just gonna throw out something like Zatchbell, I love how right from the beginning you kind of get an idea of how many times per day they could potentially use a Zakare, for example. And if they recharge for a bit, they can reuse it, but it's like a strategical element to train themselves so they can get more Zakares, or as they get more spells, how much they can use each spell, how exhausted each spell will make them. It's not, it doesn't use finite point system or anything, but it's pretty good. Whereas here, we kind of just, it's, up until now, it's been doing the thing of, up until now, it's live. What's live? Me being live with Fate? Yeah, I am live. Hello, Zakuto. Up until now, it's been doing the thing where it's like, how much energy does he have left? I don't know. We have to guess. He says he's tapped. So he's tapped after this much. You kind of just have to, reverse engineer based on only a few hints, and you don't even necessarily have the full scope. But here, he's saying straight away, I use about 2 magical energy to use 1 strengthening. And he's saying his normal limit is 20 to 30, so he's got maybe 10 to 15 strengthenings in him. But a projection probably takes him like 30 right off the bat, I would assume. Or maybe he can get better and make it down so at most it takes him 10, 5, 8. About 5 magic energy to use 1 projection. Oh, okay. 2 for strengthening, 5 for projection. It definitely seemed like it took you more to do projection earlier. So the question is, did you just get better at more efficiently doing projection? Or did your total magical stores just increase so that you could do more? Maybe even both at once? Using that example, I can use my projection magic dozens of times now when I could only do it 6 times before. Oh, I see what you're saying. It takes you about 5. You have 30 magic energy. Before you could do it about 6. That's what Future Shiro even said. And now, theoretically, you have your base 6, but then you also have theoretically like 500 of rins, for example. And if it's 500 and it takes 5, theoretically, that's a limit of like 100. So not even dozens. Potentially, you could do it like 100 times. Still, as much as 100 is, you know, I feel like Gil shoots out a dozen like that, and it doesn't break a sweat. I mean, maybe if you can downsize your projectioning to match the quality of his old weapons, which maybe aren't as good as the maximum projection quality you can make, you can like cut the cost of your projectioning in half or so. And also the reality marble might help. About 5 magic energy to use 1 projection magic. Using that example, I can use my projection dozens of times.
ま、いくら燃料があっても乗り物が安物ならオ
Well,
ーバーヒートするんだろうけ
a
ど
cheap vehicle will overheat even if there is enough gasoline. Oh, okay, okay. I think that analogy is saying that he can still only use his own reserves at a time. He can't go for a big explosion, I mean, unless he wants to overheat. I think that's the implication there, is that he does have to rely on he can't go 430 all at once. He has to go 30, and then that 30 will be refilled. He can't do a big attack that takes like 130. That'll still wreck him. All right. I'm glad they kind of made that clear, well, implied it. This has greatly increased my power. This is the kind of shit I enjoy. This kind of power and exact battle talk. I like knowing stuff like this. This is the real thing I've been waiting for. You know, I mean, what, that little Ren fan service? No, give me the power, the power system talk. Yes, I might even be able to beat that King of Heroes with this. All that's left is
あと1時間それまでゆっくり体を休めないと
there's 1 more hour. Sure, rest my body until then. Yes, an hour of rest can do a lot of good. Which I had a little bit of an hour, around an hour of rest before streaming today. And I think, yeah, I was feeling a little restless. I mean, that's why I rested, I suppose. But so yeah, it definitely helped me be more pumped for this stream today. So I should rest my body until then. I'll rest and recover my mental and physical energy for the final battle at the Rito Temple. Again. And maybe we go to hell, though. That could be fun. Everything is set. I'll fully prepare myself since Tosaka has given me her magical crest and opened up her heart to me. Open your heart! Sorry. I have to. You know, the Sonic. It lives rent-free in my head. But you know, Sonic's dead, so, because I'm an optimist, but I'm a realist, so he's dead. Okay. I'll fully prepare myself since Tosaka has given me her magic crest and opened up her heart to me. I mean, unintentionally. She didn't want you to see that shit. 16. If I remember, serves timeline 1 ended on 15? So maybe, like, this is an extension, and that's not even... And that shows that it is paced longer, which may imply it goes beyond 15, even longer than 16 days. So maybe it's like a fake out. Like, maybe you think that this is going to be the end, but, like, then there's more, a plot twist. Maybe. Anyway, 16, Eden. Yeah, okay, let's make a save here. We were there, now we're here. Day of the Church, bad luck. Right, I gotta make sure to keep these. I'll just ignore that. Where do I want to save? Let's go. You know what? Never mind. Because that Taiga Dojo is there, I will just go right in the middle. All right. All juiced up. All right. All right, let's do this. This is big. This is big. This could be big. It might be big. Maybe it's not big, but it seems big. Let's do. Let's do. Let's go. Let's do go. Let's go do. Let's do gong. Let's go. Henshin a go. I thought we were just gonna jump straight to the Rito Temple, but okay. I turn off the lights in my house. It's 4 in the morning. Oh, you got up in the middle of the night to have sexy time? With dawn still a few hours away, we leave the Emiya household. Oh. Oh, you were just leaving this early. Okay. Everything is arranged already. There's nothing to talk about now. We just need to go do battle, and fulfill our roles. There's no guarantee that we'll come back alive. No, that has been the case all along, but there's less of a guarantee this time. I mean, a guarantee is a guarantee or it isn't, but if it's not a guarantee, if it's only a half-ass guarantee, then that's a half-ass guarantee. That's why I'm carefully turning off all the lights. You don't want to waste power in case you die, because you don't want to, you know, what's the term? Inconvenience, the landlord, Taiga's, folks.
あれ
Huh? There's someone standing in the yard. Who could that be? Not Rin or Saber? Randomly Sakura? Randomly, Ayako. Oh, okay. The golden-haired, girl is just standing there, looking up at the night sky. Okay.
Oi! 何してるんだ、セイバー。
Hey, what are you doing, Saber?
空を見ていました。それとこの家を。
I was watching the sky and this house. Hmm. Her reply is gentle. She's looking at the house with an expression different from the first time I met her. The first time she saw it, was she all wiggity-woggity about it? But she's like, oh, you're related to Kiritsugu? I mean, no, she was nice and stuff, but... she definitely might have had a tense expression the first time.
いろいろありましたから。ずっと覚えていられるように。心に焼き付けておきたかった。
A lot has happened. I want to ingrain the events in my mind so I'll remember them forever. How long is your forever, Saber, though, given the circumstances? But I guess, you know, even if it's not long, that's something. Uh-huh. Is it because of the Shiros that's made your wish waver? Dashes. You were also temporarily kidnapped by Castor for a while. That's probably an important thing, maybe for your mental state to some extent. I don't know. Or maybe it just grazed over you like nothing. It is. The voice of one prepared not to return. I mean, you were prepared not to return when you went to look for Rin. But I talked about how that whole thing was, he was in the wrong mind state, and that's why it was fitting for him to end up returning, but...
そっか。できればずっと覚えていてくれ。
I see. Yeah, please remember it if you can. I make a clumsy wish from the porch.
はい。では私からもお願いします。
Yes, then I have a favor to ask of you as well. What's your favor, Saber? What's your favorite flavor?
あなたたちは私が守る。ですから必ず二人でこの家に戻ってください。
I will protect you two, so please come back to this house together. It's not actually Rin's house unless you're like shipping. Do you ship the couple?
ああ、必ず戻るよ。ここに。
Yeah, we'll come back here no matter what. I mean, after the fight's over, Rin doesn't really have to come back here. She has her own house. Just saying. I mean, she could if we want to do sexy times, but that's all I can manage to say. We're going to go destroy the Holy Grail. At the same time, Servant Saber will be returning to her original place. Even if I want her to stay here, which she really did in Timeline 1, and even if Saber is attached to this house, as long as she is a servant, she cannot go against the law of the universe.
ちょっとそこ何してんのよ。時間がないんだから急ぎなさいよね。
We were trying to have a moment, of course. Rin can't have me having a moment with a different waifu. What are you doing? We don't have time, so hurry up. A voice urges us from the entrance. Tosaka must be waiting at the gate, ready to go.
ではシロ
Well then, Shiro.
ああ、決着をつけに行こう、セイバー。
Yeah, let's go settle this once and for all. Saber. Okay, so first of all, she said Dewa Shiro, which is more than just Shiro. And second of all, he was like, yeah, let's go settle this once and for all, Saber. And I feel like the fact that he said the name is meaningful. But anyways, I turn off the last light and leave the house with Saber. Let's settle this once and for all, except for the fact there's probably a third timeline. And we thought we were settling it once for all in timeline 1, 2. But I guess it's once for all this timeline. I don't want to think of this as a once and for all, though, because Ilya died in this timeline. She's best girl, so, like, why does anything even matter? A quiet night. Quiet night. Ollie night. I don't know the lyrics, but sleep in heaven. The illusion of the girl staring up the stars is still lingering in the yard. The plan goes like this. Oh, that's right, you guys have a plan. Saber will head into the Ryudo temple from the front, while Tosaka and I sneak in from the back. Gotcha. I mean, it's barely a plan, but sure. Saber will enter before us so that she can get Gilgamesh's attention. But Shiro's fighting Gilgamesh. Are we trying to get a surprise attack? I guess. We will use that opening to sneak in, quickly destroy the Holy Grail, and go help Saber. Okay. Wait, what? Wait, so Shiro's gonna destroy it, not even Saber's gonna destroy it? Okay. Sneak in, destroy it, and then help Saber. That sounds bad for Saber. Uh-oh. I guess she would be best at being the decoy if anyone, because Gilgamesh doesn't really want to hurt her, but... that sounds like not a great idea. Hopefully it goes well. I'll keep Gilgamesh at bay by projecting his noble phantasms, allowing Saber to finish him off. That sounds unlikely. She finished him off in the other timeline. I guess she could still do it again as long as the fight is different, but it would be a little repetitive. And go help Saber. She probably won't hold out that long, if that is your plan. Or something else will go wrong. That is the only plan we have. It's something. Ooh! That's a unique view we normally don't get of this mountain. Dashes. Right, because we're sneaking. In timeline 1, we just went up and confronted right through the front. That's right. Because, you know, there was no reason to really be sneaky. Because Kirei, like, you know, was being all... Because, like, Gilgamesh wanted to fight Saber and wasn't as grody about Shiro, so he just happily let Shiro pass. But here, we have to be more tactical, so we get to sneak up the side. That's fun. It's a path that you can barely call a road. Tosaka must have researched it beforehand, as she goes up without hesitation. Alright, all night the mountain is dark and ominous. Alright, it's dark and ominous. It's natural for the sacred mountain to reject people. Filled with rejection, The dark mountain is threatening, but it's an embodiment of the pure gods at the same time. Okay. The pure gods as opposed to the unpure gods, I guess? So it's an embodiment of the pure gods, and the pure gods are saying, if you're not pure, stay out, and that's why so many people have to stay out. Saber's not pure enough, confirmed. I guess. She's a little too lewd. I mean, those images in timeline 1, they're a little lewd. But...
尋常じゃないわね、これ。生臭すぎて吐き気がする。
This isn't normal. It smells so bloody that I feel sick. Oh, something up? Is something weird and different? Is it more than just Gilgamesh? Is secretly assassin still alive all along? Is something weird happening with Shinji and his Grail self? Wondering. Tosaka stares up at the summit where the Rito Temple is. Smelling bloody is just a phrase Tosaka used. What does that mean? What the important thing is what it means. There is no smell of blood coming from the mountain. Smell of battle? Smell of what? It just feels strange. Strange just because Gilgamesh changed things, or strange because it's actually strange? The air is damp and it sticks to the skin like a membrane. Okay. The place is suffused with a life force so strong that I can't tell if the breathing I hear is mine or the mountain's. The mountain is the real best waifu, of course. We figured it. We solved the game, guys. I did it, finally. I feel like I'm climbing up a big living organ rather than a mountain. Maybe because the place where the Grail is coming from this time, the mountain is like, if like Ilya, or Shinji in this case, is the keymaster, the mountain might be the gatekeeper? Sure, let's go with that. So Shinji has to have sex with a mountain, of course. His greatest dream is going to come true.
今更だけど、シロ、体の調子はどう？
I know it's late to ask, but how do you feel, Shiro? Then. Tosaka suddenly asked me such a question.
いや、調子はいいんだが、悪いというか。
Huh? I feel fine, but really not. I mean, I was feeling great, but I have this wound from the pillow that I couldn't just get over that. So, I mean, I think I'm fucked because you hit me too hard with the pillow that one time.
正直、持て余してる。
To be honest, it's beyond my control. I honestly tell her. I can easily project dozens of weapons with this amount of magical energy. But it's like having a jet engine inside of a worn-out plane, so the fuel might leak out and explode if I let my guard down. Okay.
うわ、贅沢な悩みね、それ。けど、ちゃんと成功してよかった。初めてだったから心配だったのよ。
What do you mean first time? Wow, that's a luxurious worry, but I'm glad it worked. I was worried since it was the first time. What do you mean? Like, you'd only ever normally transplant your crest once, right? What do you mean first time?
心配？もしかして。
家庭じゃなくて、その後の話よ。
Oh. I was worried since it was the first time being half naked in front of a boy? Worried? Don't tell me you just barely pulled that ritual off. And not the ritual, the part after that. Glad it worked. First time you hit a boy with a pillow? And filled the pillow with magic?
シローに分ける魔力とセイバーに取られてる魔力のバランス。
Oh.
2人分の掛け持ちなんだから、セイバーの出力が落ちてるのはわかるでしょ？
Right. I'm talking about the balance of the magical energy I'm giving to you and Saber. I'm sharing my magical energy between two people, so Saber is getting less energy now. Well, that's unfortunate. You have a lot to give, but I guess if this puts Saber in a closer to position to how she was in Timeline 1, then yeah, she's definitely a losing battle with Gilgamesh. If she had your full attention, she might have a chance, debatably, but now she definitely shouldn't.
そうか。そうだよな。じゃあ、セイバー、思うように戦えないのか。
I see. Oh, so by first time, maybe she meant first time splitting energy to two different familiars at the same time. Well, not familiar, but yeah. I see. Then does that mean Saber can't fight with all her power?
あのね、甘く見ないで。
Don't take me so lightly. Oh.
そんな不手際はしないし、セイバーに比べたら、シローに分ける魔力は小さいから、なんとかやってい
I
け
don't
る
do
わ。
such a clumsy thing. The magical energy I'm giving you is small, so it's fine. I mean, it's small for now, but if he needs the big guns against Gilgamesh, well, I guess by then he'll be there to help out Saber, so I suppose that's fair. I mean, it's fair for now, unless we end up encountering a big threat that's not just Gilgamesh, and then you need to split your energy more, and then we could run into trouble.
ただ、無理は効かないの。今のセイバーは、一回しか聖剣を使えない。
But we can't push it. Saber can only use her holy sword once. I see. You were saying before how she could use it twice, but now that it's being split with Shiro, just once. Alright. It's probably not a whole divided in two scenario, but it's like she could just barely use it twice before. Now she can probably use it once and have a lot of excess, but not enough for two, I would assume.
聖剣が一度しか使えない。
She can only use her holy sword once? Then we can't use the holy sword against Gilgamesh. Saber's noble phantasm has to be saved to destroy the Holy Grail. And also Rin's command spells. How are those going? We haven't really talked much about them. Do you just have one because you only had one with Archer, or do you have 3 fresh ones?
じゃあセイバーは切り札を封じたままでギルガメッシュの足止めをするのか。
Then Saber has to keep Gilgamesh busy without using your noble phantasm? I mean, that's easy. Just flirt with him a bit. I'm sure he'd be into it.
ええ。だから少しでも早く合流しないとまずいわ。
I know Saber's not the type to do that, but it's an option. Yeah, so we'll have to go help her as quickly as possible.
セイバーがギルガメッシュを止められないと判断した場合、聖剣を使うようには言ってある。
I told her she can use the Holy Sword if she can't stop Gilgamesh by herself.
けど、そうしたらセイバーに後はないの。セイバーの聖剣でなければ聖杯は壊せない。
But that would be it for Saber. Only her Holy Sword can destroy the Holy Grail. Yeah, I don't know if, like Shiro's sword birth, he can make a lot of weapons, but making one as potent as, I mean, he's made Caliburn, but Excalibur's on a bit of another level, especially Excalibur combined with a command spell. Unless you could somehow use your command spell on me now, if that is at all possible. I could probably make a Caliburn, though I don't think I could put as much force behind it as Saber no matter what, so...
だからその時は
Dakara something something something, and they translate it just as so. I love / hate it when they do that. So... dashes. My breathing stops. In short, let's not suck. Let's make sure we're good and stuff. She'll have to use the Holy Sword at the cost of her existence. Oh, against the Grail, you mean? Well, her existence is going to end at the end of this fight anyways, but... Is it just me or is it very natural to say Holy Sword every time? No, I like that they say Holy Sword. I don't mind. I mean, I think it works either way, but... I enjoy it. It makes it clear what they're talking about. I don't know. I think it's fine either way. It doesn't bug me, at least. Only her Holy Sword can destroy the Holy Grail. I mean, you capitalize Holy Grail, but not Holy Sword? That actually bugs me a little bit. She'll have to use her Holy Sword at the cost of her existence. That's bad.
遠坂、それは
Tosaka, that's... Wait, you mean using it even once will use up her existence, or using it the second time against the Grail? That's what she means, I suppose. If she can't stop Gilgamesh by herself, if for Saber, only her Holy Sword can destroy the Holy Grail. Okay, I think I see what you're saying. You're saying she can use it a second time, but she'll have to burn herself out?
仕方ないでしょ。これはセイバーが言い出したことなんだから。
Oh.
私が止めたって彼女は聖杯を壊すわよ。
She's got a grudge now. I get it. Given how long she's held that wish. Now hate the Grail all of a sudden. It can't be helped. It's what Saber said. She'll destroy the Holy Grail even if I stop her. Well, she originally more or less destroyed it 10 years ago, so hopefully this time she destroys it better. Holy Grail is a proper name? I mean, that's not even the Grail's name, though. It just seems weird when there's like, Holy Sword, destroy Holy Grail, and then one of them's capitalized, the other one isn't. And I mean, in Japanese, there is no capital letters in the first place, so I take offense. Which I shouldn't, but I do anyways. If they don't specify Holy Sword, then someone might get confused and think sword refers to her other sword. I don't get it. Shiro has the sword. Saber would have the sheath. I know Shiro's got the sheath and Saber's got the sword, but you get what I mean. I was never great at grammar. Proper nouns, improper nouns, sophisticated nouns. I don't know what all that nonsense means. Alright, she'll destroy the Holy Grail even if I stop her. Tosaka murmurs as she looks away. Dashes. Damn, how stupid of me. Which part? Must be hard for Tosaka as well. Yeah. Tosaka doesn't want Saber to disappear either. I mean, I guess now she's her servant, kind of. And they've grown to kind of be sort of friends, but should have known it was going to be like this. Then again, you know, she is that softie all along. Then...
急ごう。ギルガメッシュにセイバーは渡せない。
Let's go. We won't give Saber to Gilgamesh. Yeah, we'll make sure she doesn't disappear when she uses her holy sword to destroy the Holy Grail. That way, she only disappears a few moments after she destroys the Holy Grail. Perfect plan. I get it. It'll be more painful to her, but, you know.
当然よ。私のセイバーだもの。あんな奴に殺させないわ。
All of a sudden, you're territorial. She was mine, you know. Of course not. She's mine. I won't let him kill her. He already killed your other one. You can't have both. We run. Oh, sure doesn't eject. Oh. He would never be territorial or over Saber, though. I mean, he wanted to in Timeline 1, but now he's more healthy. But we know what we have to do. We have to stop the Holy Grail as fast as we can and go settle the match with Gilgamesh. Oh, Gilgamesh. But? Did the dashes mean a but or no but? No buts? Oh, interlude. Saber interlude? The mountain is rumbling. The sky is filled with dark clouds, and the trees are rustling as if shimmering with fear. Rumbling mountain. Dark cloud-filled sky. Alright. Perfect time for a battle, or suboptimal time for a battle? She watched it all at the entrance to the mountain gate. She understood that the Ruta Temple was poisoned the instant she approached it. Oh, maybe something that Rin and Shiro didn't fully pick up on was that it was poisoned. But Saber's like, I get it. The Golden Servant isn't the only one waiting for her at the top of the stairs. Do you mean beyond just Shinji? And his gross form? Is Assassin still around? Because, you know, Shinji said there should only be 3 left. Maybe he was wrong. Because Gilgamesh said only 5 servants are inside it. Even though, or something like that, right? Because Saber wasn't inside it. Yeah, that's right. There were 6 servants down, which leaves Saber and Gilgamesh, but he said only 5 were inside it. So, maybe that means Assassin's actually still around. Maybe. Maybe Saber gets to have her rematch with Assassin now. Plot twist. I was thinking they were holding that for Timeline 3, but maybe not. The Golden Servant isn't the only one waiting for her at the top of the stairs. Something strange is waiting for her. Or, you know, they could just mean the whole hell thing and Shinji and all that. That could just be it. Dashes. She cannot afford to make a mistake. If the mountain is a place of death, then she will draw all the risk to herself. She wants the other 2 to make it out alive. Good on her. I mean, Shiro's the one who's going to have to do the brunt of the fighting with Gilgamesh. You already talked about that, but... I mean, you know, good on her. I guess that's all I can say. She cannot hold anything back. Which means she's totally going to use she's going to want to use her final smash on Gilly and then use it on the Grail too. And Shiro's going to want that to not happen, but will he be able to do anything about it? She can only use her Holy Sword twice. Ren said once, but I guess twice if you count the overload usage. She understands that she'll disappear the instant she activates the Holy Sword for the second time.
構わない。元より捨て身でなくてはかなわない相手だ。
I don't care. He's an enemy I cannot match unless I risk my life. So Shiro's still got Avalon and Saber doesn't. And now she's using less energy than she had. Than she would have theoretically had with Rin at full power because Shiro's taking some. So yeah. This seems like you're walking into a losing battle. The King of Heroes, Gilgamesh. She cannot think of anything else but to use the Holy Sword against that man with 1,000 noble phantasms. And he still hasn't whipped out Ea.
じゃあセイバー、30分経ったら始めて。
I guess that's an internal flashback? Go after 30 minutes, Saber. Yes, she recalls Rin's words. There's only 1 more minute until the appointed time. She breathes out and sets her condition. 1 more minute. 60. 60. 59. 58. 57. Skip a few San ni ichi. Wind blows down from the mountaintop. The instant the trees shiver against the evil wind, she starts up the stone steps. Alliteration. Or, you know, they are just stone steps, so it's not really alliteration. You could just say steps that are made of stone. Still two S's. She runs up in a flash. Her attack must have been detected the instant she stepped onto the stairs. Attack? I mean, she's just lunging, but sure. The last servant should appear at the temple. She will get to him as quickly as possible. She can defeat him before Shiro and Rin arrive. But plot twist, XYZ? She cannot disobey her master's order. Which order? She started off after waiting 30 minutes, just as Rin ordered. Even if she arrives at the temple before Rin expects her to, she is not going against Rin's order. Yeah? Is this just that she will protect her master's life and go against Rin's expectation as a result? I mean, Rin told you 30 minutes, and Rin knew how determined you were, so maybe it's not against her expectation. Dashes. Maybe you're going to try to fight Gilgamesh yourself and not let Shiro take part. I mean, that's what you said, is, in your inner monologue. She can defeat him before Shiro and Rin arrive. Yeah, that's what she said. That's unlikely. It's kind of funny. It's like a reverse of how the whole time Saber's like, no, Shiro, you can't fight. And Shiro's like, no, but I want to protect you. And then Saber's like, nope, I have to be the one to fight. But then here, Saber wants to be the fighter, but Shiro's the one who they said would be the fighter. So she's doing a dumb. But it's an honorable dumb. Dashes. If the thing leaking out from the mountain is pollution, Saber is a raging wind that blows the pollution away. It should not take her a minute to get to the top. She'll be 5 minutes faster than what Rin is expecting. She can end her fight against Gilgamesh in that time. I mean, the fight might end, but not in your favor. Hiya. She runs, enduring the mountain's chill. The silver armor shoots up to the temple like a bullet. And when she finally reaches the mountain gate, where's the twist? Nani? Her feet, which should not stop, come to an unexpected halt. Oh no, what's the twist? Sweat runs down her forehead. Oh boy, oh boy. She looks up at the mountain gate in astonishment.
待っていたぞ。よくぞ間に合ってくれた、セイバー。
Oh! Saber is still around. Or Assassin is still around. So he's gonna still be fighting. He's gonna have that rematch with Saber in this timeline. Okay. Oh. So Shinji thought there was only 3 servants left, but didn't know that Assassin survived. Interesting. And he's been working with Gilgamesh, I guess. Makes me wonder for how long. Because, you know, you would think Assassin would have disappeared immediately, theoretically, after Castor is taken out. But I guess Gilgamesh showed up and made a private contract with him. I mean, we know from experience that servants can be contracted to other servants, so is Gilgamesh Assassin's master at this point? I've been waiting for you, Saber. I'm glad you made it in time. An elegant voice echoes through the night. Okay. Cool, he didn't die off screen after all. Even though this time it would have been more understandable, given that, you know, we knew his master died. To be fair, his master died in the other one too, but we heard of Assassin's death from before that, I believe. Or around the same time, but, I mean, Lancer's a cool bro, but Assassin is a cool adversary. Lancer's not that great when he's being an adversary, to be honest. He's much better when he's being a bro. Moonlight glints off the long sword. Okay. This is exciting. Maybe we get to have the duel fight after all. But Saber fights Assassin while Shiro fights Gilgamesh? So we can have another duel fight. And then I was like, what's Saber gonna do? For so long I've been thinking, what's Saber gonna do? Oh, here's something for her to do. On the stairs leading up to the mountain gate. Stands an enemy who should not exist.
Asashi.
Asashi! There's no elegance in Saber's voice. Ah, you're not gonna match his elegance? An enemy that should not be there. An obstacle that should not exist. She cannot be calm in the face of these surprises. What a twist! It is kind of a twist. I mean, it was foreshadowed, because Gilly did say only 5 servants. I'm like, who's the secret 6 servants? So it makes a lot of sense, especially in hindsight. The question is definitely how, but enemy that should not be there, an obstacle that should not exist. She cannot be calm in the face of these surprises.
どうしたセイバー私がいるのがそれほど不思議か
What is wrong, Saber? Is it that much of a surprise that I'm here? Kinda. Your master's dead.
私はここの門番だとお前は承知しているはずなのだが
You should know that I'm the guard here. His pleased voice is calm and composed. I can see him getting along with Gilgamesh. They're both kind of neutral characters, I would say. He would just want to fight Saber again. He said that he wanted to fight Saber again, so... He's honorable, but he's not going to go out of his way to stop Gilgamesh from unleashing a crazy evil if he gets a chance to fight Saber again. They say his alignment is evil, but I would not agree with that. But with Gilgamesh, Gilgamesh is, I think, more evil than Assassin, but than Sasaki Kojiro. But I think they're both more neutrally inclined. His pleased voice is calm and composed. The swordsman is acting casually, even with the evil wind swirling about.
バカな。なぜここにいるアサシン。あなたはキャスターが呼び出したサーバントだ。キャスターが消えた今。あな
Impossible.
たがとどまっているはずがない。
Why are you here, assassin? Caster summoned you. You cannot exist since Caster is gone.
通常のサーバントならばそうであろうだが私はちと特殊でな
Oh,
この身を縛っているのは人ではなくこの土地なのだ
Gilly didn't even make a contract with you? That should be the case for normal servants, but I'm a bit special. It is not a person, but this land that is binding me. Okay, because if Caster cheated, and the energy would have had to draw from Kazuki as well, so instead she found a way to cheat the system. Because this land is so powerful, she made you tied to this land? I can see that. Assassin's trying to fight Saber despite there being world-ending bullshit behind him. Well, sure. He really wanted the rematch with Saber. I would not call that evil alignment. Personally, I wouldn't call it evil alignment. He really wants to fight Saber, and what's going on doesn't really matter. He's still an honorable, nice guy. He didn't go out of his way to attack Shiro in certain parts, or he's like, I don't want to hurt you and I'll make sure to protect you. But he wants to have his fight. I wouldn't call that evil alignment personally. But that's just my stance on alignments. It should be the case for normal servants, but I'm a bit special. It's not a person, but this land that is binding me. So in Timeline 1, he theoretically died off screen. So I'm wondering if maybe Caster blew up Rito Temple when she was done with it, and went to attack Saber afterwards, or maybe when Caster was away, Gilgamesh attacked and defeated Assassin in that version of events. Interesting. Should be the case for normal servants, but I'm a bit special. It's not a person, but this land that's binding me. I don't know that's the building that's binding him. He says the land, and given this is where the Grail is summoned, I can see how they can flimse the rules. I mean, the game's been flimsing the rules a whole bunch, so I can accept it.
お前たちがマスターと呼ぶよりしろ私にとってはそれがこの三門ということになる
Masters are the hosts which keep you in this world. It is this mountain in my case. I'm still so curious, though. In fact, this makes me more curious. Assassin apparently died off screen in Timeline 1. And I remember thinking, ever since we learned of the contract with Caster, there was this part in the back of my head that was like, maybe I'm remembering wrong. And we heard about Assassin being eliminated after he beat Caster, and that's why he died off screen. But this rejects that notion. So I would hope it'd be something they would elaborate on, but how could they? Unless they acknowledge the timeline stuff. The mountain must have been destroyed in some sense, but by who and why and when? I feel like that's something they have to touch on. I mean, now that there's not a clear understanding of, Anyways, masters of the host, which keep you in this world, in this mountain, is this mountain, in my case. Oh yeah, unlimited loopholes for sure. Definitely agree with that. Unlimited loophole works.
土地がよりしろだと。
Well, the land is the host?
いかに魔術師といえど実体を持たぬサーバントにサーバントは維持できぬ。サーバントのよりしろはこの時代のものでなければならぬらしい。
Okay. So Castor's been cheating this whole time somehow? Right. Servants, ones without form, cannot maintain other servants even if they are magi. A host from this age is needed to keep a servant in this world. Okay. So I guess the idea is that Assassin was bound to this mountain, and when Castor took Archer, I assume she bound him to the church. That would be my guess. A host from this age is needed to keep a servant in this world.
メギツネは私を呼び出し、よりしろにこの土地を選んだ。
That fox summoned me and chose this land to be my host. I guess it's kind of like how Shinji was apparently forced into the war. So maybe if Makiri... It's possible that Makiri summoned Ryder and then forced Shinji to be the host. If that's possible... If that's doable, it would, correlate to this. It would be foreshadowing for this also being a forcing thing, Force no jutsu. Fox summoned me and chose this land to be my host.
故に私はこの三門にのみ出現するサーバント。召喚者であるキャスターが滅びたところで、この三門がある限り消えることはない。
That fox summoned me and chose this land to be my host. Therefore, I am a servant that can only appear here. I will not disappear as long as the mountain exists, even if Castor, my summoner, dies. Can you, change contracts? Are you able to transfer ownership from the mountain to a real boy? Or do you just always going to be here? I mean, well, no, that doesn't even work. Because when Castor decided to take on Archer, that doesn't even work. Because when Castor was going to take on Archer as her servant, it couldn't be that he was bound to the church, because then when Castor died, Archer would stay bound to the church. So they were definitely bound to Castor, and Saber too. Which means, I guess it's different because of her fancy knife? But if it's different because of her fancy knife, couldn't she have just used her fancy knife on Assassin to make it so that Assassin was bound with her? I guess she might not have cared to do that. Maybe it's a waste of energy? And also not needed because she wants a guard dog at the temple anyways because it's where the Grail's being summoned? It's just interesting that she clearly can have other servants bound to her. But, yeah, servant, Ones without form cannot maintain other servants, even if they are magi. But she has rule breaker, so... Anyways, even Castor, my summoner, dies.
もっとも、それも日雇いに過ぎんがな。
But that is only borrowed time.
メギツネが私に与えた魔力はおよそ20日分。その限度がいつか、お前ならば見て取れよ。
The fox gave me about 20 days worth of magical energy. You should be able to tell what my limit is. Oh, okay. Wait, what? I thought you were constantly being... But normally you're constantly supplied energy from your host. If she gave you 20 days, couldn't she have just done that anyways? Without you... Because, you could still survive... Well, I guess if your host dies, but you can survive in the world a little bit based off the magic they've already given you. But if you're surviving based on the 20 days worth of magic she gave you, then doesn't that still mean, what's even the point of saying you're binded to the mountain? It just feels like a pointless plot turn. It could just be, oh, she gave you 20 days. And what? She died so you don't have 20 days anymore? Theoretically? If she was binded to you? Normally you get a steady flow, but she's giving you an overkill amount because she's been prepping overkill amounts by, sending her pretties all over town and abstracting energy and putting people into comas. So... Should be able to tell what my limit is. Earlier, Assassin was saying his limit was 5 days, so I guess Caster gave him an extension. Okay. The point is he can't leave? Sure, but why? I don't get why. Okay. I mean, I can see that there'd be a reason to keep him here, but I don't really see why he has to be bound to the mountain if the mountain's not actually giving him the energy. It just feels conflicting. Saying so, the swordsman raises his right hand. The 20 days is at the time of the summoning? Since then she didn't give anything? I don't think that's the implication here. If that's true, fine, but I don't think that's how he's talking. Wait, where is this? Right. The fox gave me about 20 days worth of magic energy. You should be able to tell what my limit is. Oh, 20 days period. Oh, maybe that is what he's saying. That's not how I took it. I thought it was like she gave him 20 days before leaving to go do her church thing. That was my understanding, but chose this land to be my host. Oh, okay, so the 5-day limit is still the 5-day limit, theoretically. Huh. I feel like he said there's like 5 days left or something, and he said that a few days ago, but maybe I'm remembering wrong. Determine that can only appear here. As long as the mountain exists, even Caster, my summoner, dies. Okay, so it's a convoluted way to say my summoner is dead, but she still gave me energy, so I can still exist. Oh, but I'm tied to the mountain. Okay. Saying so, the swordsman raises his right hand. Inside his elegant kimono, his white arm is transparent like glass.
Assassin, あなたは
So he's still on the brink of fading? Like he's gonna fade later today? Maybe it's in like 4 days since that interlude. Assassin, you...
見ての通り、夜明けまで持たぬ身だ。
Okay, so maybe the 5 days was accurate, which means this is like his last day or something. That could sound correct in my mind, yeah. I will not last until dawn, as you can see. But he at least has a chance to fight Saber. Convenient timing.
20日の刻限などとうに過ぎている。ここまで持ちこたえたことこそ行幸と言えよ。
The appointed time of 20 days is already over. It's just luck that kept me alive this long. Oh. So you set out a clear amount of time, 20 days, and then you outlived the 20 days because plot. Sure, cool, whatever you say, game. I get it, you wanted to fight Saber again, but you know, I like it when they're like, okay, it's 20 days, as my magic is gonna live me there. Oh, but I've stayed extra because I have the will to fight Saber. I just, you know, I like rules over screwing them. I know that Caster's all about screwing the rules, but she's dead. Dashes. What's Assassin's luck stat? Assassin. Oh, he's got good luck. Alright, fine. Fine, you win. Dashes. She looks up the swordsman in astonishment. Neither enmity nor murderous intent is emitted from his sword. So, like, if he's kind of in the midst of fading, is he full power? Is he just going to be a distraction for this Saber? Is this not their proper rematch? Will there have to be another fourth round with these two because he's not fighting at his top strength? I don't know. Or maybe he wasn't giving it his all before. He's going to give it his all now. But his all, even in a weaker form, is actually enough to make this a decent challenge, which will still mean that he's even more tougher than we know? Maybe he fought less than Caster expected him to, so his consumption was less than estimated. I mean, apparently he fought like once each at least, according to him, which is a lot. But neither enmity nor murderous intent is emitted from the sword. He just wishes for a fight. Uh-huh. He is demanding a meaningless battle. Well, it's not meaningless. Battle for battle's sake. He wants to see if he can beat Saber. He said that he wanted a rematch with you. Here's the rematch.
では、私と戦うために残ったというのですか?
Then you have stayed just to fight against me, assassin?
言わせるな、セイバー。口にすればつまらぬ言葉になり下がる。
Do not let me say it, Saber. It'll just turn into meaningless words if I say it. He laughs. She can understand how he feels. Yeah, I can understand too. Pride. That pride runs strong on the thrill of the battle. If anything, you know, I could see him and Lancer in opposite positions. Because Lancer, you know, he wanted to fight cool and stuff, and he fought everyone. But then, when he fought everyone, he was forced to be, you know, underpowered and couldn't finish the job. Where Assassin's been having a great time getting to fight everybody, even if he wasn't really able to finish anyone off either. But he wanted to fight, and he's been fighting. But now he'll get a chance to maybe finish someone off? Question mark. She does not have time right now. The other two will make it in time for the battle unless she hurries. No, in the worst case, they will reach the temple to face Gilgamesh even before she does.
そこをどけアサシン。あなたに門番を命じたキャスターは消えた。もはや門を守る意味などあるまい。
I'm guessing Assassin let Gilgamesh through on purpose. Or Gilgamesh just could have found some way to get through in some other way because, like, he's a servant, but he's, like, got corporealized by the Grail, so he might have had a cheat code. I don't know. Move aside, Assassin. The one that ordered you to protect this gate has died. There's no longer a reason to follow that command. Huh. So, in Timeline 1, was Assassin dead just because he didn't have the willpower? Because they didn't promise a rematch? I'm sure he would have wanted a rematch anyways. I feel like someone would have had to kill him. Like Gilgamesh? I feel like, I don't know. Maybe the idea is that he didn't have the willpower because he didn't actually say the words that he wanted a rematch. Just feels a little flimsy. Unless the idea is that there's subconscious timeline knowledge, and this is further backing of this for every servant, and Shiro's getting bleed through from Archer, and so Assassin remembered having a bit of a scuffle in Timeline 1 subconsciously with Saber, and so he's even more like, okay, we've had 2 scuffles, this time I want to finish it. Maybe? Move aside, Assassin. The one that ordered you to protect the gate is dead. There's no only reason to follow that command. Saber asks while she takes a step forward. But...
いいな。もとより私に戦う意味などない。
But I refuse. I had no reason to fight from the start. He had no reason. He was never going to win the Grail. So it was all meaningless in a way. Assassin points his sword at Saber, saying that he will start the fight if she comes any closer.
そう。戦う意味などない。私には初めから何もないからな。
He's not even a real
英霊
boy.
としての誇りも望むべき願いもない。
I do not have a reason to fight. From the very beginning, I have had nothing. I do not have pride as a heroic spirit. I guess just the desire to fight is all he has if he doesn't have pride. I mean, he's honorable, which is related to pride normally, but I suppose the argument can be he doesn't have it. And I do not have a wish I want granted.
いや、そもそも私が呼び出されたこと自体が間違いなのだ。何しろこの身は佐々木小次郎などではない。
Oh, okay. Is this a sudden twist? Wait, what? First of all, it was a mistake that I got summoned, because I am not Sasaki Kojiro. I thought Kojiro was a made-up person, unless he's not. And you're saying you're not, but you're saying you were, but you're not? I don't get it. Dash is... This is one of those twists where I feel like I should be more shocked, but I'm more confused than shocked. Explain, mister. Saber's confusion reaches its limit. Confused! Okay, that's correct. Confused. Sasaki Kojiro. It should be the true identity of this servant. Oh, is that why they held off on showing it? They could have just showed it and then just, you know, did a U-turn. Unless the idea that he was Sasaki in the other timeline, but isn't in this one. And Saber thinks that he's Sasaki based on her subtle knowledge from timeline 1, but then it turns out that he's like Sasaki's twin. I don't know. It should be the true identity of this servant. But Assassin himself said that he's a fake. Parallels to Shiro. Of course, Shiro has to face Assassin now in timeline 3. You know, he's got to defeat all the other fakers.
そう驚くことでもあるまい。
You should not be so surprised. Okay.
佐々木小次郎というものはな、 もともと正体のない架空の剣士なのだ。
Oh. Yeah, I kind of pieced that together based on stuff that Castor said earlier. I feel like she said he wasn't a real boy. He wasn't a real boy already. So if this is a twist, it's not a real twist. Unless I misunderstood what she said earlier, and it was supposed to be a twist, but I already assumed it incorrectly? You should not be so surprised. Sasaki Kojiro was never more than a fictional swordsman without a true identity. Okay. Sure. So, like, are you saying you're not that fictional swordsman? Or you are that fictional swordsman?
実在したとされるが、記された記録はあまりに不鮮明。
It is said that he existed, but records on him are too vague. Okay. So you're saying you're a fictional Sasaki based on a real Sasaki? Or is there no real Sasaki you were ever based on? Huh?
ある剣豪の敵役として都合が良い過去を捏造された
His
人
past
々の記録だけで剣豪とされた人物だ。
was falsely formed as a convenient foe to a famed swordsman. Falsely forged as a convenient foe to a famed swordsman? Okay. So, like, there was a real Sasaki, but he's nothing like you? I don't even think that's that big of a twist. I thought a lot of servants would be like that. They talked about how it's all about the beliefs of the people. And so if people believe a certain servant is one way, like people would expect Saber to be a man, for example, they would expect King Arthur, not Artoria. If Artoria didn't actually will herself to being the actual servant, and people just based on the stories, Arthur would have probably been a man as a heroic spirit. And maybe even a male version exists, potentially. And so I assumed a lot of servants were like that, and the idea that Saber wasn't like that was the twist. But now you're like, oh, I'm like fictional, but I'm not actually fictional. There was a real person, the record's just wrong. And I'm like, okay. Is that a twist? Oh, see you, Zakuto. I'm probably won't be streaming for too much longer, but I'm having fun so far. Okita Kojiro instead of Sasaki Kojiro. Got it. His past was falsely forged as a convenient foe to a famed swordsman. Okay.
確かに佐々木小次郎という男はいただろう。物干し竿と呼ばれる長刀を持つ武芸者もいたはずだ。
If this is supposed to be a twist, it's not working on me, because this is how I expected most servants worked. I am sure a man named Sasaki Kojiro existed. I am also sure that there was a swordsman who used Monohoshizao.
だが、それらは一個人のものではない。
But they're not the same person. Oh, okay, that's a bit of a twist. So someone else used Monohoshizao, and there was a Sasaki Kojiro, but the stories just aligned. Alright. Again, this doesn't go too far out of expectations if I figured most servants worked, but okay. I mean, there's the servants that, you know, like Saber and Shiro, that ask for the world to make them a servant, but then there's those who are just made into servants based on their legacy, was my understanding. But then there's those who are made, but like the legacy can be of a real person, or it can be of just a fictional hero even. I thought Sasaki was a fictional hero, and now they're saying, no, he's a real person. The legacy's just fucked up. But I thought a fucked up legacy isn't even that unnormal, but apparently it is. Alright. Okay. I mean, oh wow, what a surprise! I never would have expected that.
佐々木小次郎という剣士は引き立て役としてのみ作られた架空の武芸者であったはずだ。
A swordsman with the name Sasaki Kojiro is a fictional character created to be his enemy's foil. I mean, if they had maybe properly more explained the servant system better, this twist would be working on me, but I expected this to be how things worked more or less, so...
架空の英霊ですが、あなたは
You are a fictional heroic spirit?
そう、佐々木小次郎だ。佐々木小次郎というからそれを被るに最も適した剣士が私。
Yes, I am
という
Sasaki
だけの
Kojiro.
話だ。
It merely means that I am the best suited for this role. Uh-huh. Right.
私に名などない。読み書きなど知らぬし、名前を持つほど余裕のある人間ではなかった。
I do not have a name. I do not know how to read or write. Oh. And I was not fortunate enough to be given one. A name? but you have Sasaki Kojiro, but it's not your real name. So you have an identity crisis? Oh. Okay. Alright. Do you have an identity crisis because of the circumstance of the Grail summoning you? Or have you always had an identity crisis? I guess as you keep getting summoned, you're like, wait, I'm not the real Sasaki. Alright. And I guess that's not normal. Okay.
私はただ記録にある佐々木小次郎の秘剣を披露できるという一点で呼び出された。
I'm a phantom that was summoned just because I could execute Sasaki Kojiro's secret technique. Alright, but like, believe in yourself. The people believe in you to be Sasaki, so own it. And, you know, you're good with the technique. Maybe you should stop worrying so much about being a fake and just own it. Be like Shiro. Who cares if you're a copycat? Or something. Huh. Maybe we'll get some assassin development when he starts caring more about himself. Or he could just be an empty shell that's kind of evil and they don't bother doing development, which is fine. But, alright.
偽りのサーバントである好みは長くは持たぬ。故に、キャスターも使い捨てとして扱った。
Yeah, she definitely said that you're like a false servant or a fake servant or something like that at some point. And I was just like, okay, cool, he's make-believe. And I just took it. And I've been rolling with it ever since. But, as I am a false servant, I cannot last long. Caster treated me as a disposable servant because of that reason. Alright.
そうら、意味など初めからないだろ。
See? There is no meaning in this, right? Alright, I mean, the way I always took it is that, take Gilgamesh for example. He's a false servant too. Like, he's based on the mythos, unless he also willed himself into it, but the way I understood it was, because the mythos, people, you know, heralded Gilgamesh, so he had his, this is the servant Gilgamesh that was made based on that, theoretically. And now Gilgamesh was summoned in Fate Zero, one of his many echoes, and then the goops spread on him, and he started getting these illusions of grandeur, despite not being a really real boy like Saber is. I thought Saber being the real girl was the twist. So him not being a real boy as being a twist is just kind of weird to me. Because I'm like, Saber being a real girl doesn't really work as a twist if we're supposed to think that they're all not, or they're all real. But anyways, there's no meaning in this, right? Unless her being a real girl is a twist was never supposed to be a twist, but like... No, I think they did talk about how it wasn't normal. Saber's route was not normal. They talked about that. There's no meaning in this, right?
たとえここで偉業を成したところで、報酬はすべて佐々木小次郎に与えられる。私には何も返ってこない。無である私にとって、
Even if I am to perform a great deed here, all the reward will go to Sasaki Kojiro. I will get nothing. As I am nothing, everything is meaningless. But you are this version of Sasaki, right? You're the heroic spirit Sasaki, or you're not, and there's another spirit that's Sasaki? If there's another spirit Sasaki, and you just got summoned based on a fake version of Sasaki, but there's a real Sasaki, then that's kind of weird. Alright. She got summoned from a Sasaki as a fake Sasaki, but there's a real version of Sasaki, is what you're saying, how I'm taking this. And the rewards will go to the real Sasaki, but you're the fake Sasaki, which is not yourself. But I assumed the echoes were all echoes anyways, and the rewards would be going to the real version, if anything, which is why they corporealize themselves as their wish, because wishing for anything else as an echo is unnatural. Religion was distorted, but she still existed. I think you started calling her a real girl for convenience until you misunderstood what it meant. All servants are supposed to be at least founded in reality. No, I don't... I mean, maybe. If that's the case, the game's been lying to me, though, because Rin in the beginning said some of them are based on fiction. She made it pretty clear that some of them are based on fiction. So it seems weird to me that they're now saying they're not based on fiction. Because, yeah, I'm remembering this pretty clearly. At the beginning of the game, when Rin was describing them, I remembered thinking... Because this is the thing. I remember thinking that they were all... I remember thinking that they were all based on some kind of real mythos. Back in Fate Zero, Fate Stay Night is what convinced me this wasn't true. I remember they were thinking they were all based on some real mythos. But then the beginning of Fate Stay Night, they talked about how some of them are actually not even real. They're based on fiction. Rin talked about that in the prologue. And so I'm like, oh, I thought they were all based on something. Oh, okay. And so that's when I'm like, alright, so some of them are just fictional. And now we're getting here, and it's like, oh, it's a plot twist that one of them's fictional. I'm like, no. It would have been a plot twist if the prologue, Rin wasn't like, oh, some of them are fictional. Okay? You weren't supposed to remember that line. I'm sorry, it stuck out to me, because I thought from Fate Zero that they were all real boys. And I was like, oh, Fate Stay Night, oh, they're fictional, okay. Stop believing what Rin says. Anyways, as I am nothing, everything is meaningless. I played myself, I guess. I don't know. I still feel like the game's playing with me, but whatever.
この身は自分すら定かではない。佐々木小次郎という役柄を演じるだけの名のない使い捨ての剣士に過ぎぬ。
I'm not even clear about myself. I'm only a disposable swordsman that acts out the role of Sasaki Kojiro. Okay. His longsword wavers. Okay, so you're an Echo, based on the real version, and your Echo's rewards will go to the real version, so you're like a weird summoning that's not normal. I guess? I don't get it. Exposition at me more, please, assassin. I don't understand how this works, mommy. The fictional swordsman created by a fictional story. But I thought it's a real story. Or it's a fictional story, but he's saying it's based on real people. And he's saying the rewards will go to the real Sasaki, right? Huh? I don't get it. Fictional swordsman created by a fictional story blocks your way as if to fulfill his role.
だが
But
その私にも唯一意味があるとすれば
if there's a meaning in me, it is now. Okay? I can get into that. Okay? You've just made me ask more questions. A plot twist like this, you know, I mean, this should be the reveal twist, the reveal of his true identity, as it were. Instead, it's just making me ask more questions.
無名のまま死んでいった私にもし望みがあったとしたら
If there's a wish for me who died nameless. Died nameless? Are you saying you aren't Sasaki, you were a real person, people thought you were Sasaki, they turned you into their hoax spirit based on Sasaki, even though you're not actually Sasaki. But then if that's the case, the rewards would go to you. So you're saying the rewards would go to the Sasaki, not you. Is that because of a weird thing of where the connection to the Grail fucked up when it gave you the powers of the time-space continuum? Me who died nameless. I have so many more questions now about Assassin than I did before. He must have dreamed of a match with a superior swordsman who he could not have been allowed to witness as a nameless swordsman. But he's named now as Sasaki, but that's not his name, which means he has a real name. But no, it said he wasn't allowed to read or write or given a real name. Unless he had a real name, as a real person, and he was just put in the Grail as a... I fucking don't get it. Alright.
アサシン
Assassin. She readies her sword. Okay, let's just get into the fight zone. I don't get it, but okay. She cannot convince her enemy. The only way she can answer the swordsman who is prepared for his death is to fight him.
では始めよ
Then let us start.
う。なに元より花と散るこの身その最後そなたで迎えられるのであらば
My life will end no
これ以
matter
上
what.
の幕はあるまい
There could be no better end than to die at your hand! His longsword moves. Do we change back to Shiro and Rin now, or are we gonna play this out for a while? Saber sword repels the strike like moonlight. And then interlude out? No, they're fighting still. Kuh! Oh, okay. They're actually still fighting. Unexpected. Alright. We might be in this for a while then. Huh. Okay. No, I'm gonna keep going. I think I'm gonna stop soon. I was about to think about intermissioning, but I think instead I'm gonna just keep going for a little bit longer and just not intermission. Kuh! His longsword wavers. She cannot match Gilgamesh if she uses up her powers here. but she cannot afford to hold back. It's a paradox. She does not know if she can win, even if she uses all her powers. His longsword gets more fierce with each blow. I really do love this song. Does not know if she can win, even if she uses all her powers. His longsword gets more fierce with each blow. A fictional swordsman. A swordsman who can match a heroic spirit without a noble phantasm. She must settle her match with him right here and now. And, oh, they are going to do it. Okay. They just took longer than I expected. The mountaintop is near. Alright. We'll reach the back of the temple once we climb up this mountain. I think there's a big lake there. Did you fight Kirei by that lake? Is that the idea? I don't know the exact topography.
見えた。あともう少し。
I see it. We're almost there. Tosaka pushes her way through the branches and runs up to the hill. Or runs up the hill. I keep watching our surroundings as I fall behind Tosaka. And so, it greets us the instant we make our way from the hill onto the level ground. The Shinji Grail? Or hell itself? Yeah, Shinji Grail! Fun, fun, fun!
なんだこれは。
Oh boy! He's really expanded, hasn't he? What the fuck is this? A lump of meat is wriggling around. Yeah, I think it's gonna be a little hard to save Shinji at this point, not gonna lie. The thing in the middle of the lake spews out a rotten liquid like a black fountain, and shakes as if asking for help. Asking for help? I think it's a bit late for that, Shinji. I don't know, though. If it's actually asking for help, then maybe not. How big is that thing? Already as big as an island, the pile of flesh is slowly expanding. Yummy. And where's the man of the hour, I wonder? The clear water is now dirty and sticky like coal tar.
嘘だろ。あれが聖杯だっていうのか。
No way! Is that the Holy Grail? It's pretty unholy right now. I avert my gaze, unable to stare directly at it. The air on this mountain is that thing's breath. That's why it's so poisonous. The infinitely flowing magical energy is making it split open, and the black blood is polluting the lake. Infinitely flowing magical energy. Because the temple has so much energy, or because the Grail has so much energy? The fabled meat dimension. Ha 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 ha! I understand Persona 4 references. Infinitely flowing magical energy is making it split open. Black blood. Is that Shinji's blood? Oh, the air on this mountain is that thing's breath. I see. Making it split open. Okay. I think I kind of sort of get it. The blood isn't just colorless energy. The black thing is a visible curse. Just looking at the black mud gives me chills. You had to deal with black mud in Timeline 2 as well. I thought that was a thing that Kirei was setting up. And maybe he was, but I guess it's based on the Grail. Alright. But this mud seems like it has a bit of a meaty tinge to it. The curse seeps into my brain through my eyes, ordering me to... this curse, don't let it fuck you up too much. Kirei tried to fuck you up with this curse. Die. Yeah, there's that again. And that is all. Don't. I know you have those suicidal wishes, but fight through it. Die, 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 die.
聞いてないぞ。あんなのどうやって。
What the? How can we... How can you what? Save Shinji or destroy it? Stop such a thing. The distance is about 30 meters. From you to it, or its distance total, you know, as termed diameter. The lake is shallow and be easy to walk in it. But would you want to with the mud? It's suicidal to go into that mud. Just looking at the curse is almost enough to knock one unconscious. But you're holding through. Is Rin holding through? I guess. She hasn't said anything, though. I'll weaken and sink into the mud if I walk a meter into it.
あれ、破裂寸前よ。
Thing's about to explode. How can you tell? Just based off the magical energy it gives off, or intuition?
元からああいう形なのかどうかは知らないけど、器があんまりにも小さすぎたんでしょうね。中のものを抑えきれず、
Is this
器を
what
壊して溢れ出ようとしてる。
is this what Gilly wants, though? I don't know if it was shaped like that from the start, but I bet the original vessel was too small. Can't contain the thing in it, and it's about to break the vessel. Uh-huh. The original vessel, as in Shinji, was too small. I see. It's about to explode, and is this explosion going to cause a massacre over the world? At least that's Gilly's intention, I suppose.
器を壊すって、それは
Break the vessel? You mean...
シンジが聖杯になってるなら、シンジを壊すってことでしょうね。ほら、見える？
Oh,
あの
really?
奥なんか人型らしきものがあるでしょ。
Is there any human shape
白なら
left to it
確
at
認で
all?
きると思うんだけど。
If Shinji's the Holy Grail, it would mean he'd be destroyed. Can you see it? There's something that's shaped like a human in it, right? I think you'll be able to see it. I don't really see a human shape. Maybe a brain shape. Maybe a human on his side if we get a good look. Give me a look. Let me see. Come on, visual. Zoom in. Huh? I look where Tosaka is pointing. Show me. Then the expanding pile of flesh. I certainly see something shaped like human. Show me! I don't believe you! He looks like he's been crucified. His clothes have been torn off, leaving him naked. Okay. Hideous lines run across the skin, connecting his body to the meat. Show me, dang it! Where is he? Is he in the middle? To the left? To the right? Alright, so they're saying he's still... That means maybe he's still savable. Is he the damsel in distress we have to save this time? In Timeline 1 we saved Ilya? I guess it'd be fitting. Shinji died in Timeline 1, and then Ilya lived as the damsel. In Timeline 2, Ilya dies, and then Shinji lives as the damsel. It's a bit late for him to have character development, but it's not impossible. I think it's more likely he's too far gone, but... It looks bizarre, as if grapevines took a human form.
シンジ。顔は見えないけど、あの背格好は間違いない。
Shinji. I can't see his face, but I'm sure of that really punchable physique. He just looks like someone on a deck in the schnoz.
そう。で、生きてる。
I see. So, is he alive? I mean, the fact that they're bothering to ask the question, the fact that he's not a mash of flesh, and the fact that he's, you know, has a physical form at all suggests to me he would be. Dashes? I can't tell. Oh, they're being ambiguous. So, I feel like he is going to be alive, and we're going to at least attempt to save him. Freaky. It's a bit late for him to have a heel turn story, but... He's not dead, but I'm not optimistic enough to say that he's alive in that condition. Nasu doesn't like to have graphic art. I mean, sure, but just show me an image, at least that shows the physique to some extent. I'm fine with tell, don't show. But, like, give me an outline. Just give me an outline of what he looks like right now. Because I see this mass of flesh, and then Rin's like, look, there's Shinji. And I'm like, where? I think descriptions of stuff like this is great. I love it. But, like, you know, she says, oh, look, there's Shinji. I want to see at least some idea of where the Shinji she's pointing to is. He's not dead, but I'm not optimistic enough to say that he's alive in this condition.
息はある。体だってまだ。
His breathing. His body is... I can't even say that he has human limbs in a way.
やっぱりね。もともと今回の聖杯は人型だった。なら、人間っていう部品を利用して動かすってことでしょ?
I thought so. The Holy Grail this time is in human form, so it means it's operated using a person, right? Was it not in human form in previous times? Seems like it was in timeline previous one. What about the war before that, I wonder? You don't see him? No! No, I don't see Shinji. Are you fucking with me? I think you're fucking with me. Means it's operated using a person, right?
シンジは合わないからああなったみたいだけど、基本的に聖杯は宿主に生きていてもらわないと作動しない。
I guess Shinji turned out that way because he's incompatible, but the Holy Grail won't function unless the host is alive. Alright.
けどあれは破裂寸前なんだろう。核になっている神事を壊すって。
That thing is about to explode. It's gonna destroy Shinji, right?
それは仕方なくよ。そうなったら聖杯も何もない。ただ聖杯によって開けられた穴からあの得体の知れないものが溢れてくるだけ。
That's because it can't be helped. The Holy Grail will not exist anymore if that happens. The strange thing will flow out from a gate that the Holy Grail opens. It's gonna destroy Shinji. Holy Grail will not exist anymore if that happens, but you're also saying it's inevitable, so job done for us? It's just the after effects of it that'll be a problem?
だから逆に言えばまだ間に合うわ。
But we can still make it in time. To stop the blood vessel from popping and to kill him the humane way? Or do we have to disconnect him from it somehow?
聖杯は起動しているけど、願望機っていう本来の姿になってなければ壊れてもいない。
The Holy Grail has been activated, but it's not in its true form, nor is it broken.
あの金ピカは穴だけを開けるって言ってたでしょ。
The Goldie just wants to open the gate.
あいつの目的は聖杯を起動させて器だけ壊すことなのよ。そうすれば
Oh, she's getting cut off. Maybe that means Goldie's finally going to make his entrance. His objective is to activate the Holy Grail and destroy the vessel. If he does that, or is she getting cut off because Shiro's going to be like, no, Shinji, you'll die. Even though, you know, Shinji, the great friend of ours, will die. His objective is to activate the Holy Grail and destroy the vessel. If he does that...
今みたいにあの得体の知れない泥が
Oh, that's not where your mind went. Okay, good. That mysterious mud will flow infinitely. There's no time to think. We have to pull Shinji out of that thing and stop the Holy Grail. You haven't really talked much about saving Shinji, which is fine, but I'm kind of surprised with Shiro wanting to be a superhero. A real superhero would even save the bad guys from a situation like this, if he really wants to be a superhero.
トサカ、あの泥なんとかできるか。凍らせちまえば上を歩けそうだけど。
Tosa, can you do something about that mud? It looks like we can walk on it if we freeze it. Is Gilly gonna let us do this? Where is he? Is he waiting for Saber still? I assumed he was more interested in just taking out Shiro immediately in these circumstances. Maybe he's planning some kind of trap for Shiro.
無理。ただの水ならいけるけど、あれはもう呪いに加工された魔力なのよ。形になった魔術を凍らせるなんて、そんなの氷結専門の術者でも難しいわ。
That's impossible. I can do it if it's just water, but that thing is a curse made up of magical energy. Even a magus specialized in freezing would have a hard time freezing a magical energy that took physical form.
そうか。なら。
I see. Then I guess we just have to wade into it. I guess I'll just have to pray and run through it. Oh boy. I'll cross the lake before I get cursed and bring back Shinji. That's a big if.
そのままで行く気？無理よ。あなたじゃいいとこ真ん中で飲み込まれるってば。
Hey, are you gonna go like that? It's impossible. It'll swallow you. Yeah, there's a definitive chance. But you know, Shiro's got perseverance.
やってみなくちゃわからないだろう。もう時間がない。セイバーも今頃あいつと戦ってるはずだ。
Okay, now
こ
Gilly
こで
shows
躊
up.
躇している暇は。
You never know until you try. We don't have time. Saber should be fighting right now. We can't hesitate here? Question mark, exclamation point, dashes? You never know until you try. You say that until you die, and then you'll know, I suppose, and you'll have tried your last thing. I quickly turn, moving to protect Tosaga. Aha, instinct! His instincts, his servant instincts, his Shiro sense. He senses the Gilly nearby. He's got some of that. He's got some of that bleed through Archer sensing. What is Archer senses? Does Archer able to sense things, or is he just, you know, honed and stuff? Details? Skills. Clairvoyance. Allows clear vision of distant targets. Maybe that counts? Oh, See through objects and even through times. Higher ranks. I guess that counts. And even through time. That's interesting. I wonder how much he could use the through time for, if that comes up at all. Oh yeah, and mind's eye training. Allows him to calmly analyze the situation. This is surprising.
まさか三度もその不出来な顔を見るとはな。雑種。
Oh boy. I did not think I would see your face for the third time, you mongrel. A laugh. There he is. Still in his casual uniform. He still doesn't bother to don the gold outfit. I suppose he'd don it if he was fighting Saber, and that's pretty much it. He appears here as if he knows our plan. You been snooping?
キルカメッシュ。嘘。なら誰と戦ってるのよ、セイバーは。
Gilgamesh? No way, then who is Saber fighting? Seems Saber is fighting someone from what Tosaka is saying. Ah, right, because Rin has a connection with Saber, so she'd feel some fighting going on. I can't tell who she's fighting, nor how she's faring. No, this isn't the time to be thinking about such things. The one before us is the worst possible enemy. I mean, he's the one you're gonna be facing, but okay. You're supposed to be using his reality marble, but I know that, I guess the idea is that you have an advantage at beating him because you have his weak point, but you're still generally worse. I guess that's fair. Advantage on all perception checks. High passive perception for Shiro? Nah. The worst possible enemy. He's the strongest servant. The one the three of us had planned to beat together. Instead, you're just gonna have to do it two at a time. Two at a time? You're gonna two-time it. Only Tosaka and I face him now. Oh, hey, we're finally gonna get the Tosaka and Shiro fight that I've been wanting for a long time. A bit late, but yeah. They're gonna fight a guy. I don't think Ren's gonna be of much help, but hey, please prove me wrong. I'd love it if the game proved me wrong, but for a long time I wanted Tosaka and Shiro to have to do a fight without any, servants helping them out. I wasn't expecting now to be the time, and now is when I think Tosaka is gonna be kind of a reliability-ish, but prove me wrong. I'd gladly be proven wrong. Only Tosaka and I face him now.
何？セーバーは不在か。つまらん。それではただ殺すだけか。
Oh, Saber's not here? How dull. In that case, I guess I'll settle for killing just the two of you. Coldness emanates from the sea of mud, and the man before me gives off a murderous intent. He already has the noble phantasms ready behind him. I'll be skewered the instant I carelessly take a step forward. You don't want to necessarily blow your load right away, but you gotta do something.
いや。それでは芸がないな。
Oh, you're gonna play with me for a bit? I guess that's the excuse for us to not die instantly? No, that'll be too boring. Oh.
本来なら有無を言わせぬが、今回は特別に許す。
Oh.
せっかくの客だ。そのせいにわずかばかりの猶予をやろう。
Look at that hubris. He normally doesn't let himself have fun with such situations, but I guess it is a big spectacle. It's the prelude to him ruling the new world, as it were. No, that'll be too boring. I normally do not allow such a thing, but I shall make an exception for the two of you. Just this once, you two are special guests. I shall give you two a brief grace period. How kind of you. It's fitting that this would be the start of what leads to your defeat, this and at the castle as well. Very much hoist by your petard. What's a petard? I get the reference. I know what it means, but... Hold on, I have to look this up. What is it? Hoist by your own... What's a petard? A petard, is that like a piece of clothing? Petard. What is that? A small bomb. Oh. Small bomb made of metal or wooden box filled with powder. That's not what I thought that was at all. Metal or wooden box. Used to blast down a door to make a hole in the wall. Okay, it's like a bomb and you accidentally used it on yourself. I understand. I just learned what petard is. For the longest time I've known that expression, but that I did not know that it was a bomb. If you can't have fun on the eve of your triumph, when can you? Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I shall give you two a brief grace period.
猶予だと
Grace period? Makes him sick, I bet. I clench my fists and glare at the enemy. Big opposite. Shiro's, trying his best to win against this guy. He's doing everything he can to take him down. And frickin' Gilly's just being casual Gilly. He's even in his casual clothes. Hands in his pockets and everything. My magic circuit is open. I managed to form 14 blueprints in my head. Oh, shoot! 14 weapons, you mean? To match his weapons? How many does he have on screen? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I see 12? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh, 13? 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. No, wait. I counted 12 going one way and 13 the other way. I gotta try again. 1, 2, 3, 4, oh, I see what I did wrong. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's 12. Okay. What I did wrong is I counted the line, the dashes before my magic circuit is open, as a sword. For a second. And that's where I got the 13th from. It was a line. I'm like, that's the blade of a sword, right? No. So 14, that means you're beating him. You did it. I reproduce his swords once he clicks his fingers. I should be able to let Tosaka escape. I don't know if she'd want to escape, even though I think she is maybe a liability here. As long as she's being given a grace period, she can maybe use her tools to do something. Maybe she can, try to mess with Shinji while you're messing with Gilly.
なんだ言われなくてはわからんのか
What do I have to tell you?
眉が帰るまでの数分そこでかかしになるがいい
Oh.
あれも見届ける者が俺だけでは寂しかろう
I am telling you two to stand there until the cocoon hatches. It'd be too lonesome if I were the only one to witness it. You don't have your best bud Kirei anymore, so you need us here to witness your greatness?
この行く末を最後まで見届けるというのならそのせいにも意味がある
Oh, Gil, I love his overconfidence, but also the fact that he can back it up quite a bit. Seeing this through will give meaning to your otherwise meaningless lives. Be grateful to me. Your king, the king of all. Dashes! I can't listen to him. His cocky piece of shit mouth. Our goal is to stop the Holy Grail. If we can still make it, we have to get Shinji back.
そうかよ悪いがこっちは
I see. I'm sorry, but your pleasantries have been rejected. Or something of the sort.
あんたの言いなりになんてならない。今すぐ日会に行ってあんたの聖杯を止めてやるわ。
I mean, we could have said it in unison, but no, I guess we're not sympathized enough for that. So she beats me to the punch. I won't do as you say. I'm gonna go there and stop your Holy Grail right away. Then, Tosaka glares at Gilgamesh from behind me.
ほう
Oh. He grins. He smiles like that when he decides to kill the one in front of him. Ooh. His eyes are now set on killing Rin, huh?
待てトサカそれは
Hold on, Tosaka, that's... reminds me of when Shiro was like, when Archer decides to kill someone, the other Archer, future Shiro, he means it or whatever. And now this Gilgamesh, she's like having the thing where his look in his eyes. It's another parallel-ish between the Shiros, I guess you could say. Hold on, Tosaka, that's...
シロはここであいつを止めて。
Can you stop him here, Shiro? You're gonna have to pour a lot more energy into me, but... I mean... she really is relying on me now, despite her talking big. She's taking a step into to step back and ask Shiro's opinion.
無茶だって分かってるけど、セイバーが来るまでなんとか持ちこたえて。シンジは 私が責任を持って引っ張り出してくるから。
Alright, that's the plan then. I know it's unreasonable, but please hold on until Saber makes it here. I'm gonna go pull Shinji out. That's gonna be tough, but let's all do our best, I guess. Ikuyo. I mean, it's tough is exactly what I like to hear for a satisfying climax.
張り出してくるって。
うわ
お前。
Pull Shinji out?
分かってるわよ。あんなんでもさくらの兄貴だし、見殺しにはできないもの。それに、助けられるのなら助けるのがシロの心情でしょ。
Aw, his wish is rubbing off on you. How cute. I know, he's still Sakura's brother, and I can't just let him die in front of me. He kinda half-raped you. And possibly in the uncensored version, he may have done more than just half. But, woof. And you believe in saving anyone that can be saved, right? I mean, again, I was thinking that was going to be what Shiro was going to say, but it's cool that she chimes in, knowing Shiro's wish, and probably in some ways being inspired by Shiro, that she would do the Shiro thing, even though, you know, he's been really grody to her. I guess it shows, it's a combination of the fact that maybe she doesn't take him fully seriously, Shinji that is, but also just how much Shiro's rubbed off on him, so I like that. I like that she's the one who says it, like, it's Shiro's wish to save people, but she backs it up for him because, you know, even his future self doubted that wish ever being a thing, so her backing it up for him is a good moment. He's still Sakura's brother. Remember Sakura, a character who exists in the visual novel sometimes? She seems important, but she's never around because she's a walking fucking plot twist that's gonna have somehow. I can't just let him die in front of me, and you believe in saving anyone that can be saved, right? Tosaka runs to the Black Lake. Sure, plenty of guys would wish to run off on Rin. Also phrasing. Would wish to... Oh, rub off on Rin. Oh, not run off on Rin. Run off on Rin. What does that mean? Rub off on Rin. Yeah, I can see that. Oh, rub indeed. Tosaka runs to the Black Lake. If she goes... Is she going to go into that mud? The thing that Rin was like, no, Shiro, don't do? She's gonna do it? Well, desperate times. Oh, that's a new face from Gilly. I like his laughing face, his laughing mad. I mean, we've seen him laugh before, but I don't think we've seen him really give into quite such a hearty laugh before.
なんだその滑稽さは。俺を笑い死にさせるつもりか、貴様ら。
How ridiculous! Are you trying to make me die of laughter? Continue, maybe it'll work. He laughs as if to look down at Tosaka's determination. Ah, yes, that thing, the determination. The thing that she kind of got as inspired from you. Of course, because, I mean, that whole thing is, you know, Archer thinks he's the king of everything, so the determination of a worm is meaningless. And he himself would never need determination because, you know, he's the spoiled brat. He paid to win everything. He never needs to earn his way here, as it were. You know, to use the metaphor. But how much will Rin's free-to-play strategy get her? I mean, she's not entirely free-to-play, but I guess she is now, because she transferred all the money in her account to Shiro's account. So now I suppose Rin did turn into free-to-play. What's so funny?
なんだ。
Oh, that smile.
お前はおかしくないのか、雑種。
Oh, is it not comical for you as well, Mongrel?
とんだ三流どもだ。あの呪いの中を進むだと。サーバントですら耐えられぬ呪いの渦を人間風情が踏破できるとでも思ったか。
Are you saying you can't bear it, or are you saying you're one of the few exceptions that could? Go through that curse? Do you think that a mere human can go through what even a servant cannot bear?
私の底を甘く見ないで。この程度の呪いで染まるほど弱くないわ。
Don't take me too lightly. I'm not so weak as to be tainted by this curse.
それにね、私たちはあんたみたいに反霊体ってわけじゃない。ちゃんと生身のある人間なんだから、むざむざ飲み込まれてたまるもんか。
You lumping me in? I'm not a half spirit like you guys. I'm fully human, so I won't let that curse drown me. Since when is Shiro half spirit? I know he's, you know, future Shiro. I guess that makes him kind of a spirit, but unless there's something else you know about me, Ren. So I won't let that curse drown me. Does being a spirit make the curse affect you more, maybe? Maybe, I don't know. I get if is it based on self-confidence? Because, you know, Shiro definitely has some self-doubting, but, you know, Rin, because of her inspiration from Shiro, tries to believe in herself hard. So if it's about self-belief, maybe Rin has it the most because of Shiro? It's an obvious bluff, but I'm sure that Tosaka will make it across. I mean, I guess that's what it comes down to, huh? She's great at bluffing. But can she believe in the bluff so much that the lie becomes a truth? It's the best kind of lie, potentially. Unless, you know, you do it unhealthily. Which she probably does to an extent, but yeah, in the moment, this is good. I mean, Gilgamesh obviously has a bunch of confidence, but I don't know that he has determination. He would never think that he'd be in enough for strife to need determination. Ashi says Tosaka Rin isn't so weak as to lose to that curse.
そうか。ならば好きにしろ。
I see. Then do as you wish.
もっとも。俺はそんな真似は許さんがな。
But I will not allow such a thing.
トレス
Oh boy, here we go. Traced! A sword shoots forward. Oh boy. The sword flies through the air to pierce Tosaka's defenseless back and you block it like a boss.
Off!
Off! Oh, we're doing that again. Okay. So trace on. Trace on is when he started tracing off all of a sudden. Didn't really explain why he was tracing off and what that means. So trace on is when he's analyzing the structure. Trace off is when he knows the structure and he's just reproducing it. So is trace off if trace off is the thing he does when he produces, I wish that was more explained. But anyways, trace off. We're having a trace off. And it's slashed down by Concho. Ooh, the old faithful. And now Rin has to deal with the curse of Shinji's oozing taint. Oh gosh. Yeah, that would be. That should be especially bad for Rin, but maybe she's already experienced it a little bit, so she's already down the and you know, she already got over her cooties with Shiro, so maybe that was what she needed to not let the Shinji affect her. I breathe hard. I made it. Even though I was prepared, this is the fastest projection I've ever done. Good on you. It's probably thanks to Tosaka's magical energy. With this, I might be able to...
貴様。
You faker? I mean, he projected one of his own swords, so he's not faking in the moment. Or do you mean he defied Gilly's wishes and that, you know, Gilly always likes things going his way, and in that moment he's like, Rin should die, and Rin didn't die. To be fair, he tried to kill Shiro earlier and future Shiro shaved him, but still someone died in the moment, so... Who will win, Gilgamesh or Tracer? The ultimate death battle. Murderous rage fills his red eyes. He really doesn't like this version of Shiro. I guess they are very, you know, opposed in many ways. But also, Gilgamesh has everything because, you know, he earned it by owning it in the first place, whereas Shiro is just copying everything. I can see why that whole thing, even beyond their mentalities, which are also very opposed, would piss him off. The projection made him serious. The noble phantasms behind his back increase in number. Oh boy.
Shiro.
Yes. Yes, Rin. I hear Tosaka's worried voice. She didn't sound that worried. Not with the way she voiced it, not with the way she was directed, but I don't turn around, but stare at my enemy with Concho in hand.
トサカシンジを頼む
Tosaka, I'm leaving Shinji up to you. Yeah, we're gonna do this all cool like, where we don't look at each other, but we still go, yeah, like, yeah, thumbs up. Are we gonna be 3 interluding this? I don't know what much Rin's gonna have to do with Shinji, but we could be doing a 3 interlude. I mean, is Shinji far enough that that's necessary, or will Shiro be able to comment in the background? To be fair, though, Shiro's probably going to be focused enough on Gilgamesh that he's not going to be able to focus on what Rin's doing, so we might do a 3-lude. But will it just be a quick lude with Rin? Is Rin going to have a quick lude of her own, or is it going to be a back and forth, you know, a full trinity of back and forths? That's all I say.
任せて。すぐに連れ帰ってくる。
Alright, I'll bring him back right away. I hear a splashing sound. Ew. Tosaka goes into that mud without any hesitation. Then I'll protect her. I won't allow a single noble phantasm to get past me.
お前の相手は俺だ。遠坂に手を出したかったら、まず俺を倒しやがれ。
I'm your opponent. Beat me if you want to attack Tosaka. You gotta go through me if you gotta get to her. Oh man, always wanted to say that line, huh, Shiro? Doesn't it make you feel like a superhero? Take a step forward. That must have gotten on his nerves. It's an order. Gilly doesn't like being ordered. It means he's taking you seriously. He wouldn't be getting pissed off at you if he thought you were really just a mongrel. It means he's taking you seriously, and he hates that he's taking you seriously because you're ordering him, and he's paying attention to you because you can get all the weapons he has just in a gross way. So the fact that you dare to order him, he wouldn't maybe take you seriously, but the fact that you dare to order him, Don't think this is the time for lewds, Rennie? I mean, interludes, obviously. What kind of lewds did you think I was talking about? Must have gotten on his nerves. The golden servant takes his eyes off Tosaka and looks at me. Oh boy. Oh, Vanim Storm. Not while she's on top of Shinji. I mean, yeah, you wouldn't want those lewds. That's fair. That's fair. I mean, some people would, I'm sure, but... Oh, you're having to make a compromise. That's unlike you, Gilly. Huh, that girl will die anyway. It was out of compassion that I tried to kill her, to save her from the curse. Excuses, excuses. Pizza mesh. Yeah, you dare order me with Pinel on top? The noble phantasms point at me. Oh boy. He lets out a sharp murderous intent. But it seems I need to teach you a lesson before that. Yes, to know your place, to know that a fake will forever be a fake. A fake can't give orders to the original. Yes, I can see that. You're not taking him seriously. You would normally think of the orders of a mongrel as just a mongrel's orders to be ignored, but because of the way he's faking everything you think you own, he's touching your possession, as it were. He did say in Timeline 1, when they were fighting, he is like, everything is mine. Saber, you wouldn't want someone else defiling your sacred sword. And I guess you could say Shiro in a way is defiling all of his weapons, because they're all his weapons, I suppose. Ah, there's the word again. He really is put off by it. Teach you a lesson before that, you miserable fraud. There it is. Oh, I love it, I love it, I love it. I love the chemistry. I shall teach you the difference between the fake and the real. This battle's been built up for a long time. Ever since Timeline 1, when they were fighting over Saber as a waifu. And even though Shiro couldn't quite, compete then, he's healthier now. There's even more chemistry now than there was then. He released his treasures unsparingly. And then, cut away to an interlude. No interlude. The long sword slashes through the... Yes, we're cutting back to Saber. The long sword, okay. Alright. What is this song? Is this new? I was waiting for the interlude, and I think this isn't interlude, it's just back to Saber's fight. So many better things you can do with both the pizza and the pineapple. I don't really put pineapple in pizza much. I don't know, I've heard this song before. I like it. If I have heard it, I don't remember it. But I definitely like it. The final battle has begun. I think. Oh, I gotta capitalize B in battle. Let's just capitalize everything. Has begun. I think. Maybe this is like meant to be Assassin's song. Alright, so, on this, I think I am going to stop here for now. So, clearly there's an epic battle happening. I don't think I'd be able to get the epic battle done in, like, Rennie's Capitals. At least 10 more fights left this round. Oh, boy. I am very excited for this epic battle. And I want to do it all at once, hopefully. But, like, at most I could maybe go for an hour today more. And that's pushing it. I don't think I'm going to get this all done in an hour. I have less time tomorrow. I only have, like, 3 hours tomorrow. Maybe I can do the battle in 3 hours and leave it on a cliffhanger and then do the ending juices on Thursday. I don't know. I'm thinking of things. But anyways, I'm going to stop for now. I'll see you guys next time. Still an outro phrase. This is very exciting. I'm excited for the battle. Oh, I've been wanting the Shiro Gilgamesh for so long. And I've won the Archer off. And they're kind of the same thing now, which is great all of a sudden. I didn't think it would be the same thing, but it ended up being the same thing. And that's exciting. I was a little let down by the Archer fight because I wanted Shiro to get more of a moral thing. But then maybe this fight will do that because Gilgamesh is trying to, you know... Gilgamesh isn't going to be swayed by, you know, his bullshit, so maybe Shiro's bullshit can be bullshit. I'm talking a lot about bullshit. I'm actually having to pee a little bit because I didn't take my intermission. I was going to take my intermission, and I ended up going for a little while, but that's okay. I'm excited. See you tomorrow. I'll continue tomorrow, unless you're watching this on YouTube, in which case it might not be tomorrow. I don't know, but the video's over. Stop recording.